she? A little bit sleepy. We'll see how long it takes to finish the rest of this quest, and then I think that'll be all. Okay. It's Bina. I guess my mouse is just deciding to be weird. That is unpleasant. Okay, thank you. I don't know what that just was. Okay. But regardless, first thing is, I do believe I've got enough on hand to just ascend this weapon the rest of the way, which is quite nice. Had to farm a lot of those fissures. Yeah, I am genuinely going to have to start using more... Hello, how are you doing? Bina weapon is leveled. Can also ascend Bina... No, I need more hydro gems. I was about to say, we can also finally ascend Bina herself, but it seems that that will require a little bit of crafting, but it's good to see you. It's very, very cold where I am. So I do have a couple of jackets on. I have 2 jackets on right now, actually. The double layered jacket. Let's make one more of these and just take her a little bit further. Sure. And yeah, there we go. Level her up a little bit more too. I do want to show Stygian, actually. Oh, I didn't know she opened her eyes as part of that passive. Oh, there you go. There's the little dove. And she puts the mask back on. Okay. So... I don't need to level that. We are just going to level this right now. Cool. Understand. Oh! You know, I don't want to... It's not a competition, but for me right now, it's actually... Let me check. It's 13 degrees. And it was sub 10 earlier today, earlier in the morning. So specifically, she needs the mask pieces. Alright. Bunch of these ones. Okay. Yeah, it's not pleasant. Some places in the States are going to be basically unlivable. It's not pleasant. And then we can make this stronger. I kind of wonder whether it might be worth it or outright necessary to take it to Crowned. It might be. Just because, well, first, let me show you something, which is that and Columbina's set isn't even leveled, and Enefa doesn't even have the right set, because I need to get an Albade set together for Enefa. And actually, right now, very specifically, Bina does not have a circlet. She's gonna get a crit circlet, but right now, she is waiting, because she's gonna get Enefa's Silken Moon circlet once Enefa has an Albade set. Yeah, I mean, if you don't do it, I understand, but... So 2 is the one I can beat right now. Like I said, I think I could probably beat the 3rd with... Oh, with Noob's weapon. But of course I'll need to wait a little bit to get access to that, so... We'll see. Yeah. Some good damage. Signature on Enefa and Bina makes it huge, genuinely. Here we go. That might have been kind of a waste. I don't know. Because you get some free energy by breaking the shield. So it's actually a little bit worth it at times to... Okay, ouch. Okay. Then we switch Sucrose back in to keep the BB shred up. Fair. Like I said, I'm unhappily employed, and this is one of the few upsides. If I really need to, I can. Hello! I'm just showing how strong the Bina team is. It's very, very good. And it isn't even anywhere close to its maximum strength. And it's already this good. It's crazy, actually. But yeah, with the extra energy, it's actually worth it to do the other first. Yeah, we have enough for Dire this time, which is crazy. And leveling Bina's weapon helpful too. Big. How much can we just keep this up by consuming a heal? Then let's do that. And oh my goodness, this is really, really good. Yeah, there we go. Bina finished it. Well, I'm glad to help out. Wow. 102 seconds. Time to spare. That said, again, I'm definitely going to have to try to run this with just I-know. That's the issue. Dendro, nobody needs that. I'm not getting good pieces this time around. It's very sad. And also, I'm not doing this again on Dire. That was just to show that off. But the Bina team's so good. Yeah, the first 3 difficulties are the only ones you need for the Primogens. There's no real reason to go any further. Unless you're showing off, and Dire is literally just for the skins. Do you mean one of the carts? Well, it's... What would the point be of me streaming this if I wasn't doing interesting things and showing off challenges? Yeah, but... That's only Fearless, which is a bit more reasonable, and also the feathers aren't that important. Fabric and... I don't think that's not really a thing in the States. Okay. Well, understandable. It's not a thing in the States. Like, very few things in... Okay, understandable. Very few things in Europe are things in the States. Except for, like, white people. And... I mean, we don't have public health care. We don't have... There... You know what I'm joking about. You know what I mean. Okay. Yeah, it may as well be using this on the sleeve. And up... Okay, come on. When are we gonna get our... There we go. Come on, take up it. Well... It did shatter the shield. It is very fun when you're able to brute force the shield down. Okay. Let's see this. We'll keep going with True Moon. True Moo. It's an American brand of milk. I think it has some kind of vitamin fortification or something. Not right now. Not right now. Abyss did change about a week ago. No. My connection is bad enough having to run the chat and having to run... Also, it's not like I could display the image. I don't have it set up like that, and it would be really annoying to do it. Doing a window share, a screen share instead of a window share, is how you end up with problems. Fair enough. Last Abyss was... The first side was basically Veni Durin, but as a result, you could also run it pretty well with just a classic national team, with Kaze as the grouping substitute and Zhongling as the off-field pyro substitute. Well, I'll make fun of you after all this. It'll happen eventually. You can gird your loins or whatever. And then the second side was Plunge, which... Well, yes and no, in that... It really did want a sort of Varusa Overload team, and that is what I ran. But the only side that really needed part of it that really needed Plunge specifically was 12-1-2, which was the weasels. And with those, you can actually dash jump against them with a sufficiently tall character with the right timing, and get a plunge attack, which is what you need to break their funny little orbs, without actually needing jump height or a character like Varisa, who just creates height without actually doing a jump. Especially with her funny mini burst, which is, you know, direct plunge damage, in the same way that we have direct reaction damage with all the lunar reactions, which is still quite funny. It's very finagly, whatever. Okay. 22. And, yeah. Let's just go down here. And we do have a few blue fates to throw at standard. But the one going right now wants Electro Charge or Lunar Charge on the second half, so obviously Flynn's team. And the first half is charged attack damage with Pyro Shields, which is just noob shill. So, also, you know what? It'll take me 5 seconds. So let's do this. Show how ridiculous the team gets against the Lunar Charge Shield boss in the Overworld, which is not nearly as strong as the version in Dire. Because the Dire version's 110. Over 110. Okay. And then again we go for the burst, because we start out with full energy, so we may as well. The damage is insane. It's about as strong, a little bit less than the version in Fearless Stygian, actually. And then we do another swirl, actually. You can use this burst, and yeah, you can just see how crazy it just breaks right through. And one more should do it. They'll need a little bit more energy, and actually, Columbina finishes it. That wasn't even 2 whole rotations. It's so strong. And, you know, let's just try that on you real quick. And yeah, leveling the skill in the burst went a long way towards that strength. The very silly and sad thing is that there's no way to stop Enefa's Brigida from killing these badgers, so they'll run right over to you to give you food, and then they'll just die. It's very, very sad. Yeah, but the gravity interference is stronger now. The buff on the burst is stronger now. It's very, very good. Apparently after the Archon Quest, you get the ability to take her mask off, though it doesn't keep her eyes open. Should be an option to give her shoes. Unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. And there we go. And there we are. Nice. Little bit of fall damage. Dodge. Oh, yeah. Managed to time that very well. I didn't even think that would work. Wow. Need a little bit more energy recharge, really. That's fine. Direct application there. And it's... this is a little under 2 rotations. Okay, ouch. Okay. Thank you. And... yep. And just reducing the normal health did that. Nice. Very, very strong teams. So, in that case, let's just go back to the quest. As of right now, that's fine. That's fine where we are. And Brigida automatically killed the bird. Birdgita. That's sad. It is interesting that normals will impact thin air. The charge will not. It's weird. So let's resume. True moon, the first sliver of moonlight. The bright moon hangs high, casting down its gentle light. Your stories begin to flow down different paths. Wow. This is obscuring that teleport waypoint. Now, this is how we get to the Cuatorium. So, let's go down the ring. Boom. Her plunge is a bit different. A little sort of scale shape she does. It's very reminiscent of some bullet types in Toho. That's what it makes me think of. Back in the moon space, like I thought, no more paths back to reality have emerged since. And now it's Abyssal moon space. But how can I be sure that I'm going the right way without scenes from reality to keep me on track? You can't. She's gone forever. This is so sad. I can't even be sure of how long I've been walking. The further I travel, the less stable the space becomes. There are even moments where I can sense something that feels like abyssal energy. Huh. I actually increased the game volume a little compared to how it's been previously, so that it would be easier to hear, especially for dialogue. Thoughts? Comments? Concerns? They can just materialize out of thin air. I have to keep my wits about me. Okay. Can run. Don't have access to any weapons right now. It will let us go somewhat far. Apparently this space is on the map, basically smack in the middle of the 6.0 nautical area. But of course, if you get there by quipping out of bounds, it has significantly different lighting. Because it has a normal night-day cycle. And okay, we can just pass through that. Looks Wild Hunt colored. Oh, look, guess who it is? It's him. Is that the Hunter of the Moon? Masaka. Suki no Karyu. I can't believe he survived. How did he do it? We can just phase through these threads. You know, his... Huh, you're the moon goddess, but how? In his files, he does. This is a playable model type. He's around the same height as Varka. He has the... I don't know if the name is different, because I know the original tall male was just called Man in the files. Let me see. Model name. I guess it's not known. But the big thing is that the funny neon black and purple Rerir model from the first couple of Archon quests before he regains his form is a monster model in the files. Similar to Senora, who was always a monster type model, because that has a specific tag. But Rerir's current model, the red and black model, is in the playable model category. So is Capitano's, though again it remains to be said whether either of those will ever become a thing. Come on. Moon Shield. Why can't she actually do that in her case? Please, there's no need. I'm not interested in fighting anymore. He gave up. Well, it's not supposed to be public knowledge anyway. You literally have to dig through the files, which is not something you're even supposed to be doing. Well, it's good that you're managed to get the gems at least. But the big thing is that there was a test that apparently Capitano did not originally pass, but eventually he was updated to pass it, which is whether a model can be lifted by Albedo's flower. Because that's based on whether or not they use a playable model type and have proper rigging. Found that a little difficult to believe. Huh, yeah, honestly, so do I. The way I used my own power against me it was a brilliant strategy. A lot of people have been theorizing, though it doesn't happen here, spoilers, that eventually Rerir will be brought back as basically Bina's bodyguard, maybe to beat up Dottore for her. Because one of the big things is beyond this sort of quasi-redemption, or at least giving up on fighting Bina. Then, the final moment before I was thrown into this space, I got to see an old friend. Mr. Danzorev. But his title in the Japanese and Chinese is Hunter of the Moon, which, in the context we've seen it so far, is he hunts down the moon. But it could easily be also just a hunter belonging to the moon, or a hunter obeying the moon. There's a significant chance that it's intended as a retrospective pun. Right, it was so long ago now, but we were friends once. An old friend. When I first got here, I was filled with hatred, remorse, and rage. How I cursed and devoured, I tore everything here apart, was consumed by the desire to leave this place and have my vengeance. What if Goku was betrayed and locked in the hyperbolic time chamber? If you have Gene, I do know that Raskolnikov on higher difficulties can be cheesed with fall damage and geoconstructs, though of course I imagine that's actually one of the ones you have an easier time with, because that's the full show. But to no avail, this is a place with no exit. But he was thrown into here before once, right? And that's what tore him apart originally. How did he get out in the first time? ... This is the second time I've entered this space. I have no memory of the first. I was torn to shreds the moment I entered. It's worth building Jean, honestly. If only for Stygian. As funny as it sounds, because she is the fall damage Archon. And I do find it interesting, because originally, though they changed their mind about this, in beta, they were toying with the idea of removing the ability to do fall damage to Stygian enemies entirely, and then they just walked that back, because you can only have one gene. You can only have the one gene anyway, in one of the 3 fights. It still raises the question, what are you doing for the other 2? It doesn't mean it trivializes everything. Right, though, to be fair, it's only C2 or higher where she's better for Varka than Sucrose is. If you have Sucrose, she doesn't even need to be past level 20. Because she doesn't get any EM from Ascension. It's Animo damage bonus from Ascension. She is good. She turns Hexray on for him. Though, of course, you have Durin for that, generally. But also, it's just a second Animo can... I mean, EM share isn't crazy, but it's still nice. And it's battery for him. But this time I survived. It must be partly because of this new body. Partly because of all the moon power I absorbed in Kuvaki. Yeah, so he doesn't remember how he escaped. Read the source of the abyssal power in here. Okay. Fair, not all of it. Some is from when I first arrived here and tried to destroy everything. And the rest might be the iridescent moon's corruption. Well, there was already a degree of abyssal power here before I entered, like a venomous snake baking in the merciless sun, and Abyss Rain tried to slither into my shadow. Trying to, so you rejected it. Yes, because after that, the world suddenly became silent for a moment. I really do wonder what playable Rerir, if that ever became a thing, would be like. because he solely deals physical damage in his boss fight. And to be fair, it could easily be, very slightly recovered and turned into fire. A lot of his attacks are very, very similar to Mesmer from the Elden Ring DLC, who was a fun fight, but very anticlimactic, because I did pretty much everything in the game I could before Mesmer, including the entire base game and almost all of the rest of the DLC. So he went down in under a minute. But the attack he does, where he spins with his spear, then leaps towards you, stabs the ground, and then there's a big delayed explosion from the side of the impact. That is Mesmer's signature attack with his spear, and one that the player can actually use if you use his boss reward to make his spear. So I could easily see him being a pyro character, especially because, death is tied to Renova, tied to Nala, and tied to fire. What do you mean? And voices in my head, they were gone. Oh, yep, because it's the voice of the Abyss, which at first imitated Vedder back in his flashback. And to be fair, if you have to correlate an element, because you go to the... Talked about this before, you go to the crafting table, it's earth, water, wind, and fire, the 4 classical elements corresponding to the 4 of life, death, time and space, or time and void, depending on how you want to define that. And... oh... fire and water are opposed. Water is plainly life. Nibirius created Egeria, which is as close as we get. Renova turned to Natlan. Istaroth this time became Animo, wind, which the big thing is that leaves Asmodee / Paimon / Geo as space, which, time has connections to Mondstadt through Venti and Istaroth's connection. Renova has heavy connections to Natla, and Nibirius has Fontaine hydro connections through Egeria. So what's the Asmodee Liyue connection? We have seen nothing of that. And then I saw her. His waifu. Her, Kanojo. She opened her mouth in such a funny way. Tholindis might form her. Katsude no koibito da. Never mentioned that she saw a memory of Tholindis leaping into the moon's reflection. And again, Tholindis... oh... they offhandedly mention in the Archon Quest in 6.0 that the Wild Hunt began as an illusion of a woman in her voice, which is almost certainly Tholindis, since she went into the Moongate too. So would a playable Rerir have life install? Would it be our first duo unit? The big thing is that if Rerir is already in part of Soul's reference with his Mesmer attacks. Some people thought Capitano would be, though of course he's not a dual wielder, back when people still believed in Fatui wheel theory, because Columbina, going up the wheel from Tartaglia to Signora to Skara, then you have Bina, and then after that Capitano, at least based on what people assumed the constellations were. And for what it's worth, we have still never seen anything specifically saying that Capitano's constellation was the 3 nails on the Fatui wheel. But at the end of the Not One Archon Quest, you have the 3 swords of him, the Traveler, and Mavica in a similar position, which is very, very suggestive. Also, it's a Jesus thing, but... oh, that it would be some kind of Bina Capitano duo fight where she revives him. And as in the ending of the Elden Ring DLC, you have the angelic figure basically riding the back of a big warrior to power him up. Though if there's anything like that, it's Varka as the dual claymore wielder, and then Venti. Varka, consort of Venti. He fell for the femboy. More precisely, I saw her after image. I'm sure the real her is long gone. She was just an ordinary Conrian. She couldn't have survived here for very long. But again, he never actually found out that she was Crimson Moon. That's right. Anyway, why have you come here? Didn't you know it was a dead end? Not as if she had lots of options. I wonder what's going to happen with the moon arrows after we take them back. If I hadn't escaped greater danger. A sacrificial Bina. Oh, I see, because of your power. The power of a moon goddess. Naruhodo. Again, Rerir still, according to the files, is supposed to be the second Nodcry weekly boss. But I don't imagine, based on what we see here, that it would be on unfriendly terms. You know, both he and Arla had the power of death, and their fights, second of the region, were not on unfriendly terms. Ever since Fontaine, though again, 2 for 2 is hardly a pattern. And before that, it was pretty much an opposition. If we've had, you know, the first weekly boss of the region has been on unfriendly terms, and the second on friendly terms. What? You'd like to know how I know, wouldn't you? The one who resurrected me said so. I could hear a deep lust for power in his voice. So how did Dottore open the moon gate back up? Do you mean Dottore? Exactly. All of Rerir's bad stuff is now Dottore's fault. He's the Sin Eater. Dottore, so that's what he's called. He had been collecting fragments of my body for a long time, also that he could resurrect me at the moment of his choosing. But presumably, once Bina comes back out, she could reopen the moon gate to let Rerir out for some purpose. I think it might be to have him gank Dottore. I had no interest in his research, but being as corroded by the abyss as I was, we were aligned as far as hunting the moons and recovering my strength were concerned. I could see it being a fight to purify him. But again, presumably that would kill him, wouldn't it? Well, I don't know. It's whatever the writers want. So that's why the Wild Hunt suddenly became so active in Nodcry when I left the Vitui in my weakened state. Dottore must have felt that his time had come. ... Moon Goddess, could I ask a favor of you? Nani? What? I know that's a lot to ask, especially from someone who tried to kill you. If you refuse, I won't fight it. And it's interesting that he became more reasonable, but again, he spent an unimaginable amount of time in here, presumably. But this is the only thing I desire now, nothing else matters. Don't. What do you want? I'd like you to take a message to Tholindis for me. Oh, because she's going back in time. Tholindis, but... Yes, she is dead, but like I said, I saw her after image. Or maybe it's just her control of this space, yeah. I can sense that some part of her soul remains here far, far ahead from when she was thrown into the gate. Why don't you go and speak to her yourself? Oops. Rage baiter and rage baited. Varka scales on attack, and I do believe you want to build him with an attack goblet, because his damage is roughly in a 2-3 split of Pyro and Animo, So you do want to buff both. Or of whatever element he... Two-thirds is whatever element he's absorbed, and one-third is animo, roughly. So you want to build attack so that you're increasing the damage on both of them. The real question that I wonder about, because I imagine you could use Viridescent Vener on him instead of Hex and Crit Set. I don't imagine it'd be as good, because nothing is as good as free crit, but the big thing is that Veni on that team, or whoever your animo is, would be holding VV to shred, which would help his non-animo damage. But of course, that's only 6 seconds. So being able to maintain his own shred could be interesting. Well, that's the big thing, and it's why he's kind of weak. Partly because he's more AoE focused, especially since he's meant to be played with Veni or other crowd control. But also just that as of right now, his only real team is... His best team by far is Durin, Bennett, Veni, and him. But he can go with Hydro, Electro, and Cryo. He just doesn't really have good teammates for that yet. But that could easily change, and probably will. Which means he has longevity. Because he's tied to Hex, to Animo, and to of some other element. And of course, that means you want to run him with Veni, ideally. But the other two can be all sorts of other things. It's just that right now, the best option is Pyro. I don't know why, but I can't move freely in the spaces you can. All I can see is a glimpse of her walking away, just like the moment when I last saw her in life. In return, I will clear these abyssal obstacles for you. No, not in return. Clear them for you, whether you want to help me or not. It's like something I ought to do. How long, subjectively, has he been in here? I was speaking abstractly. Or really, for me. Don't worry. Why? Yeah, why indeed? I've been asking myself that question a lot recently. Why did I do the things I did? I think it's very funny how there are a number of ways in which Nodcry feels like, not in a bad way, because Sumeru was the best and most consistent story quest sequence. Or at the very least, it had the best ending. It had the best ending by far. But it... And of course, the presence of Dottore is one of those, and of Skara too, but what they're doing with Rerir seems set up to be the whole Skara arc, but, you know, a guy who actually did awful things of his own volition, not because he was tricked, really, but because he was just genuinely a bad guy. You know, what does redemption mean for that kind of person as opposed to, you know, little woo-woo sad boy. Yeah. I'm tired of it all, tired of the person I became. People used me, and then I turned around and started using others. I hurt a lot of people. I think I grew tired of it long ago, but I wouldn't admit it to myself. Ultimately, that's how I ended up here. Dot, dot, dot. I do wonder how it's gonna get handled. Because again, his model is literally a playable frame. What do you wish to tell her? All of it, my past, my mistakes, everything that happened after we were separated. Is it okay if I give her the abridged version? She's not really happy about talking to the guy who did kind of try to kill her and all her friends. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's plenty you can skip over. Just tell her the important parts or whatever you think that means. Like the part where reluctantly tried to kill us. Yeah, exactly. It's up to you. Love demands honesty, but my relationship with Tholindis was built on lies. It's interesting because it... The real main players are really Rerir and Columbina in this story. And Dottore is really more of a plot device to drive those other characters' development. We hid too much from each other, but after living my whole life in the shadows, I don't want to hide anything anymore. What are you strongboxing? Because I've strongboxed VV for forever, but I think I can probably move on to other stuff now. Once I think I can just put VV on enough characters now that, well, as in, I did go some days back and just figure out, you know, what sets everyone needs and jotted that down so I can at least, if not level the pieces now, just give them a preliminary set. Because I was running out of space. Really, really running out of space and had to just start strongboxing. I will do my best. And it's his cool spear again. It's interesting because it is explicitly stated that Shattered Moon, the weapon skin, the polearm skin for Stygian, was a weapon he used in the past. If you don't have anything in particular you want to strongbox, it's really, you either strongbox Noblesse or you strongbox VV. Golden Troop and Marcia are good if you have specific characters you're trying to get a set for, improve a set for, but you can never go wrong with VV or Noblesse. Cinder City is also a decent option, but I think it's a little overrated. Especially people who try to use it on non-Nalan characters. But it looks nothing like that spear. There, the Abyss will no longer stand in your way. Even though Mr. Dunsley felt he had to fight you, I think he still regarded you as a friend. Well, that's what I mean. If there's nothing that you need, you should stock up VV pieces and Noblesse pieces, because you will probably need them eventually. Noblesse especially is just good to put on any kind of support character who otherwise doesn't have anything to be holding if nobody else is holding it. Though then again, there are fewer and fewer attack scalers these days, or VV the same for Animo. He said that you betrayed him, but he also felt great remorse at never having understood what you were truly going through. Why tell me this? Because if he'd known that someone could take a message to you, I believe that's what he would have said. Thank you, it means a lot. I know this will sound strange coming from me, but don't die, Moon Goddess. I can tell that you're determined to get out of here. Fair. If you're not in danger of running out of artifact space in your inventory, there's not a huge reason to strongbox. But I very much am. I'm fewer than 10 artifacts away from cap, and it's hard for me to pick what to get rid of. Bina. And continue onward. He kept his word. The Abyss is no longer obstructing my path. And I think that's Tholindis up ahead, yeah. And they sent us back to where we were before, when we first entered the Abyss version, but where Rerir was, now there's Rerir girlfriend. She's turning into glass. Talk about a window to the soul. Exclamation. Is that Tholindis? She wasn't far off at all, and yet they can never meet. Oh, Miss Tholindis. Tholindis-san. Who are you? How do you know my name? I've never seen anyone else here before. You can call me Columbina. I promised Rerir that I'd bring a message to you. Rerir, my Rerir, is he well? Maybe we shouldn't talk about that. He's doing better than he was. Better than he was, huh? It sounds like he's had a pretty rough time. Others have had a rough time on his account too. In many cases, their time ran out because of him. Yeah. And I'm not just talking about the children of the Crimson Moon. So things got worse before they got better. Could you tell me what happened, Miss Columbina? I will say, one of the things that makes it very difficult for me to like Columbina is the fact that she always has her eyes closed. Eyes are the windows of the soul, and it does... But I do respect the artistic choice. It does honestly make it a little harder for me to sympathize with the character. Are you sure you wish to know? I'm just mean to blind people. Maybe I'm a bad person. Yes, this is my opportunity to learn the truth, no matter how hard it is to hear. I have to know. I admire your courage, however, time is short. I cannot stay here for long. Oh, we have the arrow again, directing us as before. Rerir had seeds of hatred in his heart, and many people nursed them for their own ends. At some level, everything he did was to try and find a way to see you again. But in the end, he came to regret his mistakes. He wanted to apologize for hiding his past from you. Beyond that, he did not say specifically what it was he wished to convey to you. But I'm sure that you've always been on his mind. You're what has kept him going all these years. I've said this before, but this patch cycle really has felt like a soft reboot in a good way. The quality of the writing generally has gone up significantly. I'm sorry, Columbina, this is just so upsetting. I'm not sure how to put my feelings into words. I would wait. Honestly, if you're trying to get stuff for Varka and Durin, I would keep farming Stygian until the disturbance outbreak ends. Until they don't let you farm anymore. And then you use Elixir. I always used Elixir on strong characters who I wanted to have a particularly good artifact set. Basically, the flower and the feather would obviously be base and kit, because those are easiest to get good pieces on, because it's not as if the main stats ever vary. And then I would... basically, whatever the best of the Sands, Goblet, and Circlet on set I would pick. I would see out of the 2 remaining pieces which I could find a better off piece for, and then for the final, the 3rd out of the 3 variable ones, I would use elixir for. For what it's worth, a lot of that was because previously you could only make 1 artifact per set per patch in the printer. They've changed that to 2, but it's also just a matter of using elixir responsibly, so to speak. Yeah. In my experience, for efficiency's sake, I've avoided crafting goblets. I've made the goblet the off-piece whenever possible, and then crafted either the sands or the circlet, depending on which had a better on-piece version. I mean, on-set piece. It's alright, I understand. Fair. Well, that's everything for me, so I guess I'll be... Interesting. My question for you is... what weapon do you plan on using for him? Because... let me see. He has a crit rate weapon, which you could use Serpent Spine as a substitute for it, potentially. He has crit damage ascension and a crit rate artifact set. So presumably you would probably want to give him a damage circlet, but doesn't matter. Okay, right. Okay, cool. Yeah, so in that case, you'd probably want a damage circlet. Otherwise, you would run the risk of overcapping. Everything for me, so I guess I'll be... Wait, one moment. Columbina-san. Nani? Time flows backwards here. The road ahead only leads further and further into the past. I know I intend to reach the end of that road. Without a moon mirror, without the 3 moons' power, you won't make it far. Wait, unless are you one of the moon goddesses? Not one of the 3, but... Genshin-sama? Genshin Impact. You could say that. She has a dry wit to her. Which is quite funny, I see. I often think to myself, if life is like a train ride, why haven't I reached the terminus? Where am I even going? That's good then. And it's not just me, it's this whole place. Wherever it is, it seems like it's existed forever. Such a mystery, where is it going? Oh, okay. I must seem so ridiculous. I can't answer these basic questions, and I jumped right in here without hesitating. I'll only be torn apart the moment I entered my powerful energy planes, where my soul remains now. Thinking back, I was suddenly overcome with fear and terror in that moment. Perhaps I too became bewitched by the abyss. May have been the leverage it needed to control everything. Well, we are. Abyssがレリルを操るための駒の一つと化していたのかもしれません。かつての私は I used to be a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum in Conria, researching the iridescent moon's marrow. Eventually, I came to the conclusion that time in here flows in reverse. How? ここの時間が絶えず巻き戻されているという結論に至りました。レリルは国王の進化で Rerir is one of the Dark King's retainers. With me, he was in an impossible position. It plagued him constantly. I wanted to help him escape his lot in life. Wanted him to be happy, so I thought I'd use this place to return to the past. Varka doesn't have any kind of team buffs. He's a selfish DPS. On the team you'd be running, there wouldn't be any kind of external crit buffs one way or another. So it's just about the ratio you have on him with the weapon you have. I have him on signature. But... At the time, I thought I could just go back to the day that the Dark King first found the princess. Everyone hates Lamine. It was only after meeting the princess that the Dark King started going too far, his research into the Abyss. That was the day all of our woes began. I thought I could stop the king from ever meeting her and solve everything. I couldn't kill the Dark King himself, so I had to find another way to save Rerir. That's why I wanted to go back, to kill the person who had brought new possibilities to our realm. Conservatism. I'm sure it was a futile endeavor, but the Abyss probably enhances the basest human desires. So I naively hoped I could change everything. But I was simply too weak, like a speck of dust against the whole universe. Look at me, I didn't even survive the journey here, not physically at least. So did Rerir just immediately leap into the Moon Gate after getting his power? It would not surprise me. I know I'm never getting out of here, but you're different, you can make it, and I want to help you. I owe you that much. I think what's probably going to end up happening is that Tholindis is going to sacrifice the rest of her existence to let Rerir out, and then Rerir will gank Dottore in Archon Quest 9 and 10 or something. Because the Irmin soul still needs to get burned. That was stated to be something that will happen, just hasn't happened yet. And there are things that make it clear that this isn't Dottore's end. How do you plan to help me? Have you noticed the golden energy that exists here? It's more white. Based on my past research and my observations since coming here, I believe they carry you forward faster. It's a moving walkway in an airport. Or maybe a fancy mall. I can share what I've learned and help you understand the pattern in which this energy appears. Thanks. I think you just might know I know you will be able to change the past. Also, I've been speculating about where this space ends. The documentation was scant, but from what I know, the legends about the moons, the oldest one, seems to begin with Nibel and the King of Dragonkind. I have no way of verifying any of it by this point, but if it's true, you might be able to reach that era if you keep walking. Oh, Bala. Understood, thank you, Miss Tholindis. I'm the one who should be thanking you. If you hadn't entered this realm of everlasting death. What use would my deductions be? Thanks to you, they have some meaning. Yeah, you do have a good deal of time. Yeah, I always say, now that Stygian exists, to not do any artifact farming outside of Stygian if you can help it. But a lot of that is that, since I go for every character, I have a lot more things to farm. You know, for you, you're looking for things to use your resin for. About Rerir, I'm so sorry everyone for everything. It wasn't your fault. It's not true because we're both bringing trouble upon each other. Neither of us ever told the truth, and that dishonesty sealed our fates. But enough about that. I wish you a safe journey, Miss Columbina. Okay. She's walking. And may the outside world never have to experience pain like this again. Rerir, you're there, aren't you?
そこにいるのね。未来にいるあ
I
なたの
cannot
姿
see
が
you
見え
because
な
you
い。
exist in the future. I
私た
expect
ち
I'll
は
be
きっ
trapped
と
in this prison of space-time
こ
for
の
all
時空の檻
eternity.
に永遠に囚われることになるのね。でも
Please gaze upon the past and then sit for a while.
少し一緒に過ごさない？初めて会った
Let's
時
find
の
a
よう
place to sit down together, just like we did
に
when
二
we
人並
first
んで
met.
座りたいの。
Sauceless version. I guess it shouldn't be that much of a surprise since it's been 2 years, but ever since Fontaine, they have gotten much, much better with camera positioning and angles for the sake of cutscenes. As in-engine cutscenes. ... How long have I been walking? How much further till I reach the end? What kind of grammar? Yeah, exactly. Can you hear the water heels? Is there even an end to be found? Okay. Well, everything's getting blurry. Where are you going? ... exclamation. She's dying. It's over. Oh no. Huh. White woman jump scare. Are you alright, little sister? Have you come from the distant future? The hand tattoo that the other moon goddesses have. A lot of people have compared it to some of the marks on Skara's hands. And Skara still has... No, Raiden still has that funny moon-shaped charge attack. So how exactly did the moons just disappear? Shouldn't it be a little harder to get rid of major creations like moons? A long time ago, two species ruled the earth, humans and monsters, and then one day they suddenly disappeared. The world is a vast and ancient place. On a certain scale, all life lasts for but a fleeting moment. I don't think that's what's going on. Miss Nicole explained that the Niko-san, moon goddesses likely perished in the war of funerary flame. The moons themselves were also destroyed at that time, save for the frost in which a new moon goddess was later born. Oh, am I missing something then? Because the stories say that the moon goddesses were born on the moon, but doesn't Columbina say she was born in Nagpur? Fair. That's gonna be... Oh, the dock. Are you running new with Auron? Huh, you're right. Why do their birthplaces differ? What's the difference between the two generations of moon goddesses? Also remember what Sandrone said. Her scans detected 4 moons, in other words, 4 moon mirrors. Technically, the result of the scan means that 4 moon mirrors were detected and positively identified as moons in that moment. But it could be 2 of the same at the same time, which is kind of what happened with the time travel with Diridith and Lamine, or the Abyss twin back in the time and space Archon Quest some months ago. In other words, this piece of information alone is enough to know how Miss Columbina is doing right now. Yep, we have no way of staying up to date on whether she's dead or alive. She's on her own for now. But at least she's trying her best to get back to us. Sad lesbian doll. Yeah, she's a tough cookie and a sore loser too. We have to trust that she'll find a way because we really need her power. As much as it pains me to say it, we've got no chance of beating Dottore in a straight-up fight. It's much too powerful. It wouldn't even be close. That maniac is going to devour everything in his path until he reaches us. We need to find someone or something that can stop him before he does anything worse. And Dottore is still here, still containing a piece of Columbina. That's important. I'll be frank, our only hope of defeating this false god is with a real moon goddess on our side. Not saying this because Columbina is a friend and I want her back safe and sound, it's just the truth. And I know that even she was no match for him when he attacked, but I don't have a better solution. We're not giving up on saving her, whether she can defeat Dottore or not. Right, don't worry, Sandrone. We're all aligned on saving Columbina. No one's trying to argue that we can only justify saving our friend because it will help save the world. This is about multitasking. We want to save both. So she's more than just a moon goddess to you. Okay, what about you? Absolutely. She's part of the gang, and you are too, you know. Well... Yes, I know. You don't need to labor the point. I knew that the moment I came running over with my donkeys. I was part of the in-group. If Arlecchino can fit in, I certainly can. Not the Arla catching strings. Anyways, for how we get Columbina back, I've been working on it constantly. But I think I'm still lacking certain information about the moon. I'd probably get there if I could continue my calculations, but the problem is I've run out of computing power. I will say, one of the reasons I liked believing that that Sandrone was just Marianne instead of a Marianne doppelganger Elaine made, is because, okay, you made a robot of your dead sister. Why did you give it these? Why did you have to make it anatomically accurate? That does not speak well to your character. Computing power, you mean you need more energy. No, the issue isn't energy, it's processing power. So much data to get through that the whole process is just ground to a halt. Unfortunately, OpenAI bought all the RAM chips. Gonna go have to get some from NVIDIA. It's a tricky problem. Rene did Petric Order, the Narcissus Bright's order, once foretold the fate of the world, but I don't know how he did it. My guess is that he used the primordial sea's power. I guess that's about him turning into a tulpa. However, that won't work for me. His methodology is vastly different from my own. What's worse, they're incompatible. Presumably in the sense of, as a purely mechanical being, she couldn't exactly get drunk up by ocean juice. To top it off, we can't even weave Notcore. Oh, this is so annoying. If I'd known we'd run into a bottleneck like this. Well, the Zangir was a boss as well. Curse that Dottore couldn't have made this harder for me if he tried. And what do we do then? Oh, how about we grab a bite to eat and take a break? Maybe something will come to mind after you've cleared your head. So you don't get it, do you? I'm trying to calculate the fate of an entire world here. And I need accurate results, not vague prophecies. Where the heck am I going to find the computing power for that? Anyway, time to shelve the discussion on technical difficulties. Being a killjoy isn't very ladylike after all. People have said that after we get playable Sandrone, Maybe she'll replace one of the Catherines in the way that Bina replaced the normal Welcome Moon. Either way, we've done what we can. Rest well, everyone. Remember to let us know if anything new comes up. I suppose he did in that academic competition event. Kasachi, is he hinting that we should talk outside? Let's go somewhere a little more private. That's forward. Let me see what the floors are again. What are the floors? What is it right now? Guess I have to look it up myself. Talking about the perpetual array? The perpetual array is not... Yeah, perpetual array has no special gimmick. All of its resistances are the same, and there's no gimmick other than it splits up after a certain HP breakpoint, and you have to kill one of the ads. There's no cheese method for that. There's no cheese method for mechanical array. The main thing is just single target DPS, because even when it splits into multiple, you only need to kill one of them. It's just a damage test. There's no cheese method. You know that Dory went back to Samara, right? I don't. I did not know that. Yeah, she mentioned she was planning to head back. More dialogue. Things aren't looking good for Nodcry. She's gonna spread the word so that Samara has a chance to prepare for the worst. From what I know of Dottore, there are two possible reasons why he hasn't made a move yet. One is that he's still working through some kinks in his new powers. The other is he wants to see how we're going to react. And it's playing Dottore's theme again. Yeah, its Nuve would not be a bad choice. But I will be honest. You really need to use some kind of electro charge on the second side. Because you have to deal with the duck, and you have to deal with the cactus. Meaning, and also there's Sigurd on the first side as well. Meaning that you really want some way to apply, ideally both, Ascendant Gleam and Electro Charge for the sake of those bosses. It's not strictly necessary, but you will suffer otherwise. You should probably save your Nuve for the second half and use whoever your best single target DPS is on the first. Because Nuve is not single target, he's low AoE. He'll easily devour everything eventually, so I guess he's in no rush to make it happen. The first false god he made was me, and now it's his turn. Even though my records were erased from Irmin's soul, Dottore's ideas haven't changed one bit. From the world's tree. He once told me that becoming a god was like turning yourself into a hungry wolf or giant serpent to devour the moon. Cruelly, he began studying the moon goddess's powers long before he even tried making a god. It's like Fenrir or Jormungandr. The world serpent. Okay, fair. Yeah, that'll work well enough then. You always want to get hands on gritty hands in divine authority one way or another, and the end he devoured the moon where I failed. The moon? Didn't know he had any moon connection back when he was a Scar Mecha. In the desert of Samaria, there was a chessboard built by King Deshret, also known as Al-Amar the Red. I don't know if it was a real game or if he was just trying to challenge the servants and citizens in some way. That's the Safe Satrange. Over on Hedramaveth. which is originally known as the Temple's Forsaken, before you clear the sand. But there were some teleporting chess pieces. Creating games and setting rules. Gods do that as a matter of course. That's the kind of power Dottore craves. Now he has the Trilunar Authority. His powers leagues beyond the common people. I don't think there's any point in other nations rushing to the front line. They're better off focusing on defense and hoping they can fend off any threats that spill out from Nodcry. Either way, Dottore will inform Nikita. She will contact the other gods in turn. Tiny. At 7, the Archons will have some recourse available. If nothing else, their protection should keep the rest of the world from descending into chaos as quickly as Nodcry has. Archon list. So on the bright side, even if Nodcry is doomed, your friends in other nations won't be any immediate peril. Oh. Do you have Lanyan? You could always try using Lanyan as a shielder with VV. There's no EM share, but it's not that much difference. That's good to know, but I'm not ready to give up on Nodcry yet. Oh, there's a word for people who refuse to let anything go. It's called being greedy. Yokubari. Maybe it sounds greedy to you. I'm probably naive too, but whatever you call it, that's what gives me the determination to keep fighting. Battles are fleeting, but the will to fight is a long-term commitment. Give up for even a moment and your resolve will shatter. Why do you always feel the need to do the right thing? No one is born to be a savior. I mean, who's gonna criticize you if you fail or give up? Don't take this the wrong way, but Dottore said something similar to me. I guess the Vitui attracts people who don't believe in saviors. Not necessarily, it's less about belief for me, I just want to know how determined you really are. After all, I don't owe anything to anyone else here, only you. You look kind of worried. If your arch nemesis is about to achieve their ultimate goal, I think you might feel a little worried too. That's true, Dottore is about to become an omniscient, omnipotent deity. It's gotta be a bitter pill to swallow. Still, you're calmer than I expected. Obviously. I have to admit, not that my past self was... Okay. Reckless fool who misunderstood not only the point of revenge, but how to achieve it. And as much as I want my vengeance, I know I'm not going to get it by acting alone. If the world's taught me anything, it's to think before I act. Too bad it never taught me any other virtues though, so I am going to destroy Dottore no matter what it takes. And it's honestly very conspicuous. This design on his glove, that's the same one the moon goddesses have on their hands, and he mentioned seizing the moon. What did he mean by that? So what's your plan? I'll get to that first. Tell me what you think of Sandrone. It's perfect. Beautiful. Well. Just like Palmon-sen, she's a friend, part of the game. How much do you trust her? This is a serious question. Think carefully before you answer. Although she's with the Fatui, she's at Fatus. She has her own values and she's helped us a lot. If nothing else, she's clearly going the extra mile for Columbina. I see no reason not to trust her. If you say so, Soka. In that case, the three of us need to talk. I have some thoughts about her computing problem. There you go. It can be solved, but it will come with a cost. $5. It honestly, the first chamber is oftentimes the hardest because you've only got one out of the 3 buffs you can accumulate over the course of an Abyss run. And since it is the easiest to restart, I mean, you can always, if you need, you don't have to use the whole team for the entirety of Abyss, just in case you weren't aware. Before I got good teams and wanted to make a sport of getting teams that could clear all 3 chambers without any replacement, I would go and just make a team for each chamber, and however long it took, however cautious I had to be, ferry them to the chamber they needed to beat. Especially for some of the later Sumeru Abysses, some of which were evil. There was one Abyss, I don't know if you were there or if you remember it, where the second half of the first floor, after a pretty tough first half, you had to beat 2 Hydrolectors and a Cryolector. And really, the only way I could ever manage that was by swirling Pyro off myself, using Bennett's Burst to self-apply, using Kaza. That was the only way I was able to break those shields. It was rough. But of course, that team was good for nothing other than that. So I had to use that team for the first chamber, use other teams for the rest, and those other teams couldn't get all 3 stars in the first chamber, but they didn't have to. It doesn't reset or anything. How much? If I can afford it, I'll cover it. $6. Sometimes your heroism really backs me into a corner, you know that. Come on, let's go talk to her. Back inside. Okay. It was the one Abyss, the first Abyss I managed to 36 star. And with one exception, I got everyone after that. It was when Yeon first came out, and I was finally able to run Hu Tao Double Hydro. But, oh, interesting. It's empty Nasha Town. You know what, before I forget, it was the one with the Iniquitous Baptist at the end, where the only team I could really run was a really stupid Hu Tao Burgeon team. It was really dumb. But, check some things. Okay. This is going to take us to... how much on standard? 69 on standard. Nice. Okay. It's literally just Electrocharge or Lunar Charge. 68. And Flynn's is great against it. The big thing is that Lunar Charged or Electrocharge procs will stop it from doing its ridiculous attack. So that's what you need to do. When it goes into hat mode, you find the one with the mustache, and then you shock that one to prevent it from changing its position. Because affecting it with Lunar Charge or Electrocharge will stop it from changing its position. And then you just beat it. And Electro damage and Hydro damage, and... so the actual barrier is smaller than the red map barrier. Yeah. Oh, we can't go there. Well, I accidentally ran into these while forming flowers for Bina. So the evil eye of Blightseep, an entity formed by the continuous accumulation of abyssal powers which will continuously attack living beings nearby, use the ability of the Spire Boom to engage in deflecting counterattacks and clear more quickly. When you face multiple evil eyes, as long as you release your attack at the right time, unleash deflecting counterattacks to clear them all. Blightseep Field is a Blightseep Field formed by the filth spilling forth from the abyssal rifts within the corrupted area. Characters will continuously lose HP. Objects that coexist with moon power become blinded due to its influence. On eliminating the abyssal enemies in the area, the corruption will also dissipate. I'm aware, but what I mean is that it's not about who you use as much as just the reaction and using either Hydro or Electro damage. If your Noof team is stronger than your Flynn's team, you could put Ororone on your Noof team, and that would be your Electro Charge. That's enough procs. And then, honestly, you maybe might want to use the Flynn's team on the first time, because it's a bit more single target focus. Though that said, you'd have to deal with the Y-Obs, which would be annoying, though if you kill them fast enough, it might not be an issue. Sandrone in travel. Hey there. Paimon's here too. She was helping them sort through their things. How did your chat go? That was fast. The call only just ended. Well, he said it was urgent, so we got here as quickly as we could. Albedo, I have some alchemy questions for you on Renkinjutsu. I see, it looks like my knowledge proved useful after all. Albedo examined Sandrone's notes. If I might ask, what is the end goal for the modified formula you'll be using? I need it to predict the future of the entire world, but I've run some teething issues since trying to implement Renee's theory of the four orthants, wishes, memory, soul, and persona. I see you have a look at it. Still, computing power is the real issue here. How do you plan to solve it? About that. It's been sorted. Oh, with the Traveler's help, you overestimate me, Albedo. Actually, you're not wrong. He found the person with the solution. Was it Kasachi? Yeah. Yeah, it was him. Oh, go Kasachi. Seems like all that time studying the academia is paying off big time. Not sure that's how that worked. Oh, but where is he? Wasn't he the one who asked Albedo and I to come here? Come with me. Kasachi, what's happened to him? They decided to consult Skara GPT. Can you hear us? In response, I guess he's in hibernation. He's in safe boot mode. He's in recovery mode. He mentioned that he was a puppet. It seems that his functions are currently shut down. I presume this is something to do with the solution to your computing problem. That's right, he and the Traveler came to see me. Wait, what? You have a solution? Would you calm down? Why do you always react so hysterically to everything? Bitch versus bitch. Excuse me, how do you know? You shouldn't be so quick to judge complete strangers. It's very bad manners. Look who's talking. Oh, please, it doesn't take that long to figure out that you have a temper. Hatred and hatred. Went on for a bit after she finished talking. None was a mere student get that kind of confidence. But again, it is very clear that something is going to happen to erase his self-erasure. I've actually published more papers than you, but that status counts for much. Even Paimon's applied for academia admission. There's actually, from one of the birthday arts, an official drawing of Paimon in an academia outfit. It's very cute. Well, the big thing is that you don't need to actually keep up Flynn's full combo. The actual damage of his normals is nothing. And he doesn't need to keep attacking without dodging to keep the Thundercloud up. And there's... If it's issue dodging, that's another thing. But the main thing is that you can focus on dodging and then just use his 2 mini bursts. And you've really lost nothing. How are you serious? Seeing this, why I can't be bothered to explain myself. She recognizes no one's skills but her own. Okay, fine. I'll hear you out, so tell me, how do you propose to solve my computing power problem? Scaria GPT. The world itself is constantly processing all kinds of information because it is a computer. It's not an Archon Quest. World Quest. If it's the world's future we're trying to calculate, you need a processing device that's designed to cope with that volume. Easier said than done, only Irminsul can handle that kind of, well, exactly. Wait, is that what you're suggesting? You're sure we can't just plug my formula directly into the ley lines? Not quite. You should be able to tell that I'm not human, right? Yeah, I noticed the technology, though, seems pretty ancient, very different from Fontaine's. It's a completely different system. It's Conria. Conria, to be precise, I'm what they would have called a puppet, which was used to make Dottore's segments as well. Puppets need an energy source and processing power. The artisans who built them sought out the materials most suited for that purpose. Irminsul. You do you mean? Traveler and I have talked it over. He's willing to vouch for you, so I'll allow you to borrow my core computational hub for your calculations. It was built using wood from an Irminsul, which makes it a small part of Irminsul. So the many Irminsuls, okay. Yeah, because in the Japanese and Chinese, they always distinguish between big Irminsul as the world tree, and the smaller mini Irminsuls we see as silver white trees and domains and such. In the English, they've always both been Irminsul, but it's interesting. Conran technology in Irminsul world. Good, who in the world could have built you? The evil and intimidating Raiden A. Are you sure about this? A puppet without its core computational hub will cease functioning completely, and if it's left in that state for too long, it might not recover. It could die if you do this. You do realize that, don't you? Well, he was perfectly fine with dying 3 years ago, and I imagine that's kind of the point. Yeah. If you want to be funny, do you have Yahuda? I can put 2 and 2 together, yes, no need to rub it in. I won't lie to you, this has never been done before. I cannot guarantee your safety. I don't think he really cares about that. Mr. Suicidal. Doesn't matter, I'm prepared for the worst. Yeah. Did you two actually talk this through? Is he or are we really considering this? Yes, we discussed it. The bottom line is he trusts me and I trust you. Here. Sandorone. Let's give it a shot, shall we? It really is just night and day. How much of the Traveler is an actual character this time around. Which is very funny, considering that it's Pyro Traveler and all these cutscenes. I mean, all you really need is just... You don't even really need to level the VV. You don't really need her burst unless you need the healing. Her damage isn't all that great. I mean, she can help keep up aura, but primarily it's the Shroud from VV and Ascendant Queen. You would be able to get Flynn's 2 Moonstone abilities while switching to Hydra out if you're using Yahoda. Honestly, I have no clue where this kid even came from. For whatever reason, he want me as core computational help use my formula. You're calling Scar a kid, I swear. You're the same age, roughly. Very close to finishing my calculations now, and the core is currently in use. I'm sorry, but I can only show you a sketch right now. This is what the core looks like. He's a specter! Excuse me. That's just specter materials. A silver white branch certainly matches the legends told about Abyssal. Really, the real question is, what does that imply about specters? Not what it implies about him. Is that guy gonna be okay? He's not gonna die, right? What is death to a robot? In theory, he should be fine as long as he put his core back in time. Beyond that, all I can say is that I'll try my best to avoid risk and make sure the core doesn't sustain any damage. I think I know why you call this here now. Someone needs to watch over his body and make sure it's protected until the process completes. Correct, he said that the only ones you trust here are you two and the traveler, and the traveler will have other work to do. Look after Hat Guy for me. He will have her undivided attention. Kasachi. On a more positive note, things are progressing steadily on my end. Call everyone in for me once the results are out. So Androni returns to her initial question. She and Albeo enter an in-depth discussion about alchemy and the world. You, Paimon and Durin, stand next to Kasachi, keeping watch over his silent body. Never seen him in this state before. Outcry is more of a country than a state. And we've seen him here before. Worst case scenario with the core removal is either a system reset or total loss of function, but I'm not afraid a quiet death should have been my fate long ago. Sometimes wish I'd never been born at all. Carry on. A core is completely different from a heart. It's like another vital organ entirely. Never believed it could be a true replacement for what I sought. But in the end, it turns out the core was more useful to me. Pretty funny when you think about it. It's like the punchline of my entire life. Do you think there's any difference between a puppet and a human? If not, then this would just be another rebirth. I've already experienced both a past life and a next life. Scar and then Hat Guy. Wanderer. Part of me wonders whether I'm only capable of making the decision because I've become a real human. Is that without expression, isn't this a good thing? Pinocchio became a real boy. Sandrone will succeed, won't she? She has to. She will. We all have to persevere until this is over. If you're hitting a brick wall, sometimes the best thing can be to come back with it with some more sleep. That's right, and I'll protect you all until the moment of victory arrives. Suddenly I feel like the concept of time has become blurry. Which is forward for you, it marches backward every step that Columbina takes, silent yet turbulent. Tori's words echo in your ears. These 4 divisions anchor the world and shackle those who live in it. He may be deranged, but he understands well the rules of the world which now test you all. Saving. And that showed up when he brought us into the experiment the first time, last Archon Quest. They show up 6 times in the second one this patch cycle, and a lot of people think since that doesn't show up in every sort of actual save point in the quest progress in terms of if you quit out and come back, that it may be some kind of, save in Irminsul, like it's Flowey in Undertale. Who are you?
私はソネット。
Call me Sonnet.
あなたからは
You have the
カ
same
ノン
power
姉
as
様と
Canon.
同じ力を感じる。私はソネット。
Okay, that's good at
ソネッ
least.
ト。
Sonnet. So you're the goddess of the
じゃあ
iridescent
君
moon.
は
Arlecchino.
月の女神。
Kogetsu no Megami. Oh goodness, you recognize me. Well then, what's your name?
あなたは
Bina. Let me see.
コロンビーナ。
Columbina Hyposelenia.
コロンビーナハイポセレニア。ハイポセレニア。
What a lovely name. Did you choose it
綺
yourself?
麗な名前だね。
And again, it's an interesting question of whether this sort of dragon scale architecture that's very similar to the draconic architecture in Not One is that way because it's original dragon civilization with Nibelung, or because it's close to Not One. Not to say the two can't be true at the same time. It was a joint effort between me and my friends. Aw.
友達？
Friends, you mean your friends in the
お空に友
heavens?
達がいる
No,
の？
on Earth.
え？
Huh. Oh, sorry, you must be exhausted. I apologize. Hang in there. Let me introduce you to my older
もう少
sisters.
しだけ頑張って。姉様たちのところに連れてってあげるから。他の
Do you mean
二
the
人
other
の
two
月
moon
の女
goddesses,
神の
Arya
こ
and
と。
Canon?
アリアとカノン。うわ、なんでも知ってるんだ。
Fair. Don't push yourself.
それって未来の
Don't force yourself to do anything. While you sure know a lot, hey, does that mean our story goes on into the future? Not that far, but yes. And yeah, this is the same voice of the iridescent moon goddess back in 6.1 when we got that marrow.
うおっと。
Well, I guess that wasn't the
いけ
best
ないこ
question
と
to
聞い
ask.
ちゃったかな。大丈夫だよ。
It's alright, we were
大丈
prepared for
夫。
that possibility.
私たちも心の準備はできてるから。
And of course, this is how Sonnet in 6.1 calls her Hyposelenia.
というか、準備しすぎたのかな。
Could say we're too prepared. I can't even remember how long my sisters and I have been
もう
here
思い
by
出
this
せない
point.
よ。あなたはいつの間にこ
Moonlight
こ
from
へ？
ages long past.
ここ
When
に
did
来
you
て
get here? How
どれ
long
くら
has
い
it
経つ
been?
の？わからない。
Can't say for sure, but it feels like it's
と
been
ても
forever.
長い時間が経ったような気がする。そうだよね。
Siri, feeling alright? You look a little unwell.
顔色が良くないね。
Infinite stamina.
もう少
Can
し
hold
頑
out a
張れ
little
る。
while longer. You don't have far to go. The place where my sisters and I are based is just up ahead. Based?
心配し
Don't
ない
worry,
で。
they're both really nice. I'll
姉様た
introduce
ち
you.
はみんな優しいから。私が紹介してあげるね。
But again, it's presumably the prison that Nibelung made for them, as mentioned in last patch's Archon Quest. People have made jokes about how, and in the files, they do have NPC models, for what it's worth. You know, we have Diluc as playable, and then they're all just NPCs. So it... Her lunar ring is similar to the frost one here. Pointing up while the others point left and right.
ねえ。
Sisters, I'm back, and look who I've brought with me. Well, opens up as opposed to opens left and right. It's Bina. Can hear her just sparkle. Question, and it's Canon and Arya.
未来に生まれ
It's
た
our lovely little sister
私
born
た
in
ち
the
の
far
可愛い
future.
妹なんだよ。
Talk about little. The pleasure is all
こん
mine.
にちは。
Konnichiwa. Da-da-da. Some excessive eyeshadow.
それじゃあ
Want me to
紹介するね
introduce you to Columbina Hyposelenia.
コロンビーナハイポセレニア。こっちは
This is Arya, the goddess of the eternal
豪
moon.
月の女神。
And again, why does Scar have these designs on his hands? What is up with that?
それからカノン姉様
And this is Canon, goddess of the Frost Moon. Canon, don't you think Hyposelenia's power is similar to
ハイポセレ
yours?
ニアの力が
Which is why her
姉
skill
様に
ring
似てるみ
is
たいだよ
positioned similarly.
えっと
Sai, hello, Columbina. I apologize for startled
Konnichiwa.
reaction just now. Please forgive our little sister if she's been annoying you. She tends to talk a lot. Well,
うちの妹がうるさくしなかったかい
this is a little similar to Sandrone's backflower, actually.
大丈夫
It's fine.
人見知りな
You
妹
seem
みたい
shy.
ね
Don't worry, Columbina Hyposelenia. No one
心
can
配
hurt
し
you
ないで
here.
ハイポセレニアここ
Neither
は
can
誰
no
もあ
one
な
help
たを
you.
傷
Anyone
つけた
help
り
you.
しないわ
Really?
ここはどこなの
Because this is the
か
moon's prison.
教えてくれる
Could you tell me where here is? Da da da. Please, I must
お
know.
願い知る
Onegai.
必要があるの
Ah, my dear sister.
愛しい妹よここは
This is where Tibet's
テ
original
イワットの
ruler,
原種の
the
主である
Dragon King Nibelung,
竜王
imprisoned
ニーベ
the
ルン
moon
ゲンが月神を
goddesses.
幽閉した牢獄だよ
Yep. What?
カノン姉
You're
様
scaring her, Canon?
怖がってるようん
No, I'm fine.
大丈夫もっと聞
Please
かせて
continue. Dot
原
dot
種の
dot.
主
Nibelung, our original
竜王
master,
ニーベルンゲン
created
は
us in the
太古
distant
の
past to
昔
maintain Tibet.
私たちを創造しテイワットの秩序を守るよう定めたでもその後
But he left this world and
テイ
traveled
ワッ
into
ト
the
を
dark
去り
universe beyond to explore worlds of
より
vaster
広大な
still.
世界を探索しに漆黒の宇宙へと向かったの私たちは
Day and
昼夜
night we
問わず
fulfilled our duty in the heavens until the day that the first descender arrived.
そしてある日
Fanes.
この世界に最初の降臨者が現れた
Seisho no Korinsha,
またの名
the
を
great ruler of the
皇天の
firmament.
主
The heavenly principles. Tenri.
そんな名前が付け
Is
ら
that
れた
what later generations call them? I see, but we did not reject them at first, nor do they seem to harbor
最初
ill
は私
intent
たちも
towards this world.
その存在を拒んではいなかった私
We
たちは
coexisted
平和
in
に暮ら
peace.
して
They
い
were like
て
a guest in our home.
ただ家に客人を迎え入れたような気分でいたんだでも次第に
Slowly, however, we
こ
came to
の
realize
客
that our
人が
guests had
世
a
界
growing
に
desire
対
to
して
change and
改
dominate
造
the
と支
world.
配の欲望を見せ始めたことに気がついたの
止めなかった
And you
の
didn't stop it. Just watching.
ええ
No, there was an order to the rules they set up that
流暴が
Nibelung never
私たち
taught
に
us.
教えなかった秩序が存在していた私た
We
ちは
wanted to
そ
know
の
if this
秩
order
序
would
が
bode good or
テイワ
ill
ット
for
にとって
Tibet.
善なのか悪なのか知りたかったのよ
Dot dot dot.
少なくとも私とカノンは知りたかった
Right, Canon and I wanted to know.
Sonnet
Sonnet was against it from the
反
outset,
対してたわね
which is why she ended up getting all Abyss corrupted.
そして私たち
Later,
は
we
気づ
discovered
いた
that this great ruler of the ferment bore an almost
Konten no
paranoid
主は
hostility
一部の
for
生
the
き
desire
物
of
たち
certain
が
life
力を
forms to
求める
seek
行
power,
為
or
に対
perhaps
し
they
て
feared them.
異常なまでの敵意を持っていたんだだから
They
こ
would
そ
even cast down celestial
自ら
nails
の
as
力を象
manifestations of
徴
their
する
power,
天の釘を
punish
下
the
し
civilizations of the
地
world
上の
below.
生き物たちを罰した
To be fair, this is kind of opinion, I suppose, but it's funny because for a while it was, oh, Celestia nukes any civilization that grows too strong. And then Sumeru's artifact lore came out, and it was like, oh no, they just did it for Abyss and didn't really care about that. And then Canon's just here saying, yeah, they did it to nuke civilizations.
あんなの
Only this was far
罰
beyond
の
mere
域を超え
punishment.
てるよ
Right, the rules brought order, but the price
たと
people
え
paid
そ
for
のル
merely
ールが
testing
秩
the
序をもたら
limits.
すとしても
Those rules was far too
ルールに触れ
great.
ることの代償が重すぎた私は
I
罰
did
を受
everything
け
in
た
my
者
power to
たち
help
を
the
災い
Punisher
から
escape
逃がすため
catastrophe,
に全
but
力を
still,
尽くしたけれど
too many lives were
そ
lost.
れでもなお多くの生き物が皇
Right,
天の
right,
嵐
that's
の手にかかっ
Keeper
て
Borea, I
命を
believe.
落とした
その助
The
けられた
ancestors of the
者
Frostmoon
たち
Sons
の
were some of
中
the
に
ones that you helped.
蒼
Exactly.
月の子の祖先が
I...
い
Let
た
me see something. Her name Rest. And... Okay, and see this here. Last part. talk to you. To Nicole. With Hyperborea. Once aided. Now that was Nicole just talking about herself, not about canon much. Okay. But just when he decided to take countermeasures, the Dragon King Nebel returned. And so began the War of Funerary Flame. So that's the name of the world, yeah, that war in the future. Well, who won in the end? Well, as far as I know, the Heavenly Principles won, although it came at a great cost. They remained in Tibet, and they continue to rule to this day. And the world's original master, the Dragon King Nebel, was destroyed. Dot, dot, dot. Then, what are the moons? Are there still 3 moons in Tibet's skies? No, not really. Dot, dot, dot. You can tell us the truth, Columbina. We know we are but remnants of a bygone age, prepared for the answer. It is funny seeing these characters after about 5 years, and they've been in books since the start of the game, showing up. Only the Frostmoon remains, but has been cast beyond the false firmament by the Heavenly Principles. But again, it... Oh. Kind of reminds me of how in the newest Zelda, the Zelda game where you play Zelda, the 3 golden goddesses actually show up, or at least seem to, which is also just remarkably inconsistent with the statement in earlier games that they left the world, which the eternal and iridescent moons were shattered during the war. Dot, dot, dot. So death finally came for us in the end. So this is from the start of their imprisonment. Okay. Sonnets. But you're still here, aren't you? A moon goddess cannot live without her moon, Columbina. Da, da, da. She's right, that's why it began to disappear, because the frostmoon is cut off by the false sky. Much worse it would have been if it were outright destroyed. Our souls may endure within this lunar palace, but if our moons are destroyed... Oh, so the lunar palace mentioned before is the Moongate prison. Interesting. I guess it's interesting because how did the Rerir fragments leak out of here to begin with? Were they just already outside, or same way as Lonatar? And we shall disappear the moment we depart from it. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize to us, dear sister. If anything, we owe the world an apology. If only we decided to act sooner rather than arguing amongst ourselves. All the more reason not to spend this time in regret and repentance. Instead, we should focus our efforts on how we might help our future sister. Sorry. Don't you see, Columbina, your story is not yet over. Is that not why you were here? Mada owatte inai. She turned into Sandrone. That's what they did. It's done. Initially, numerological array. Continue running primary process, calculate the world's paint through extrapolation, identify nodes of potential change. Secondary process, scan for moons. Dot, dot, dot. Still 4, the number of moon marrows hasn't changed. Wait, let me think, is it possible that there's something I've been misunderstanding about the moons all along? Variables in the world? And there were potential variables within the world come from, so what about the moons? Are there any variables there? Time travel. Like their life or death, for instance. What if being alive or dead makes no difference to a moon? But that's so strange, even immortal gods can die. Why would the moons alone be preserved in the moon gate? Wait, I've got it. If alive or dead is considered a variable, but I had this wrong the whole time. No one ever said that a moon marrow equals a living moon. We just made that assumption ourselves. When did I mention that before? Well. Initiate secondary process scan again, this time filtering interfering parameter moon marrow. Don't care if they're natural or artificial. Get them out of my search results. Though to be fair, the 4th moon that's being detected is probably just Dottore's artificial. Why, it says 3 moons still exist in Tibet, even after excluding the moon marrows. Now for a fact that 2 of them are dead. Moon Palace Prison. Review the scan, narrow the results to living moons and real moons. No, scrap that. Narrow it down to moons that have lunar authority and remain alive. Why is it still 3? Power. What is this, Columbina? Has the world lied to us, or are you the one pulling the wool over our eyes? And it took all day. Still freaking. So you think that the moon's reflection might be where Nibelung imprisoned the 3 moon sisters? Yes, it would explain a lot, such as why that space would respond to a moon goddess's power opening the moon gate at her command. It would also explain why Miss Columbina has been unable to leave and why time flows in reverse there. It's a prison for moon goddesses specifically. In the messages she sent, Columbina promised us she'd find a way to return. We have no way of knowing how, when, or where this might happen. The fact that she still has yet to reappear in this world indicates that returning from that place is no easy feat. Cannot afford to simply wait for her. So you're saying if she could return by her own power alone, she would have done so long ago? Yes, she certainly wouldn't leave it to this late stage when it's so touch and go. I've been giving this some thought, and I've come to believe that Dottore might be an anchor that she left behind as a sort of future waypoint. Teleport waypoint. This could also explain why Dottore is always by the traveler's side. Sounds like a plausible theory. If that's the case, there must be some criteria we need to fulfill to allow Columbina to return to the present. The question is, what could they be? Dottore. From whom? Oh, what's up? This is extremely important. Sandrina frantically relays her great discovery. Next, Nefer and Nicole present their hypothesis. As the impossible mystery finally starts to unravel, everyone starts to remember what joy feels like. Hey, we have this more time to read that long text, longer than previously. Not only is Columbina alive, but she may all exist in a form unimaginable to us. I'm still unclear on the details, but she's done something truly inconceivable in the past. The clue to what she's done lies in the moon into that sky.
彼女が私たちに残した手がかりよ。本当に
Truly amazing. I'm so
大し
delighted
た
for
お嬢
her.
さんね。
I'm sure we all feel the same, and I'm sure Columbina is ready to get back and fight by our side.
俺たちと一緒に戦いたいはずだ。
私は
I'll keep my calculations going and try to find some way of coordinating with her. That's not an excuse for everyone else to slack off,
あ
okay?
なたたちも
Oh,
休ん
you
で
had
ない
better
で
keep trying to think of
一緒に考えて。
solutions.
死んだ月
How
が
can
ま
the
だ
dead
生
moon
き
still
て
live in Lonatar?
それにルオンのタル
Lonatar. And back in here. Dot dot dot.
遠い未
It's
来
hard to believe that's what will
そんな
happen
こと
in
が
the distant future.
私たち
Our
月神の
authority is
力
linked to the
は
most fundamental
帝和と
rules of
の最
Teyvat.
も
I
根
suppose
源
it's
的
no
な
wonder
規
that
則
many
と
would
つながっ
covet
て
that
いる
power.
多くのものに狙われるのも無理ないわ。
Maybe they'll make them playable in the flashback
ハイ
time
ポセ
travel
レニ
arc.
アの言ってた友達って
I didn't realize that when he said friends, he meant people who live down in Teyvat. It's so lovely, I always wanted to go down there and have
私
some
も
fun.
地上に降りて遊んでみたかった。
Most worldly.
君たち
Have you
が
ever tried weaving this
この
prison?
牢獄から出ようとしたことはないの？もちろ
Of
ん。
course, between us, we tried everything, but no matter where we go, the
できる
space
こと
will
を
eventually
全部
bring us
試して
back
み
here.
たよ。でもどの方向に
And
進
with
んでも
Nibelung dead, it can't
こ
exactly
の
be
空
opened
間は
back up,
私
can
た
it?
ちをここに戻してしまう
If the moons had been repaired, would they be able to leave? Well,
そう
can't really revive a
まる
dead
で
moon,
渦
I
の中心
imagine.
みたいにね
Just their artificially
すべ
sustained
てのものは
souls.
最終的
It's like
に
the center of a
ここに集
whirlpool.
まってくる
Everything
んだ
ultimately converges here at the moment when Nibelung
私たち
imprisoned
がニーベル
us.
ンゲンに拘束された
Time prison.
この時刻に
What if Goku was betrayed and locked in the hyperbolic time chamber? Da da da. In that case, have you tried using any of those
現
pathways
実
that
と
connect
リ
this
ンク
space
で
to the
きる
real
トンネ
world?
ルは試したことある？
Well, what connections would they have?
What?
Sorry, what are
トンネルっ
those?
て
She lacks them. They lack those because they don't have
入る
connections.
と
They're passages through which you can make small changes to reality by
現
using moon
実世
power.
界に小さな範囲で影響を与えることができるトンネル。それ
Or am I the only one who can use those
あのトンネ
passages?
ルは
Because part of my soul, that is,
私しか入れないのかな？
Lonatar remains in reality. Exactly.
現実世界の 私の魂の一部とつながってるから。
空爆
Moon power? What is that?
空爆って何
Nani?
え、
You don't know. It's a unique kind of elemental energy found only in Nodcry, the land from which the moons arose.
月の昇る地にだけ存在する特殊な元素力のことだよ。
Well, it's true that the moons
Steve,
first rose up from the
確かに
large
君の
part of Teyvat you say is
未来
called
では
Nodcry.
ナドくらいと呼ばれる場所から登るけどでも
But there was no difference in the
ここには
elemental
他の場所
energy
と違う
between there
元
and
素力なん
anywhere
てないの
else.
え、
What?
ハイポセレ
Could
ニ
you
ア、
show us some of this moon
空
power,
爆を見せて
Hyposelenia?
くれない？
Maybe if we see it, it'll make
もし
more
かしたら
sense.
何かわかるかもでしょ？うん。
Okay. Moon.
これって
Isn't that just your
あ
power?
なた自身の力じゃないの？
Another reveal.
違うよ。
What? But it's everywhere in Nodcry. The air and the land, even the creatures who live there have adapted to its
空
influence.
気の中にも大地にもあって、そこに住む生き物たちまでもがその影響を受
They
けてる。
chopped up Bina and put her in the food.
いや
How curious, this moon power certainly did not exist anywhere in the
この
world
檻に閉じ
before
込
we
めら
were
れる前
imprisoned.
大地にこんな特殊な力は存在していなかった
Another stable time loop.
うんうん。ましてそれ
But it
に
won't
影響
influence
された
living
生き
creatures,
物
so
な
how
んて
exactly does it affect them anyway? Can they float in the air like
影響を
us?
受けるとどうなっちゃうの？私たちみたいに空中に受けたりする？おかしい。
This is so strange. Why would their
ど
reality
うして
differ
こ
so
この
much
現
from
実に
mine?
はこんな食い違い
Changes she
があるんだろう。
ハイポセレニアの目
Columbina,
的
you're
は
looking for more than just a way
Bigotry
out of here,
を見つけること
aren't
だけじゃ
you?
ないは
You're
ず
just
だよね。
calling her Hyposelenia, which is interesting.
うん。友達
Because
を
that's
助
her
け
moon
るた
name.
めに
Yes, if I'm gonna help my friends out, they
対
try
抗できる
lunar authority
3
and part
月
with
の
that of our
力が
foe.
必要なの。つまり
You mean you'll need our
私
power?
と姉様たちの力？
とても危険
This
な
sounds
話に聞
extremely
こえるね
risky. The three moons' powers are not mutually compatible. Concentrating them into one goddess will be a very painful process. If anything goes wrong, it could tear you to pieces. And that's why there's moon power everywhere. I know, but I'm willing to take that
で
risk.
もその危険を受け入れる覚悟はある。
3つの月を一人の女神の体内に宿すなんて、その相反する力がもたらす苦痛は尋常じゃない。一歩間違えれば君は引き裂かれてしまうかもしれないよ。
Interesting.
うんうん。でも
Even so, let's say we successfully transfer our authority to you, how we would take it outside this prison.
どうやってそれを持ってこの牢獄から脱出するつもり？ニーベルンゲンがこの牢
Nibelung
獄を
constructed
作
this
ったの
realm
は
specifically to prevent us from
私
using our
た
powers
ち
to
がこの
interfere
力
in
を
his
使っ
war.
て戦争に干渉するのを防ぐため。月
No
収
moon
の
goddess can leave this place
こ
alive.
こから生きて出られないのよ。
Dot dot dot.
だっ
What
た
if
ら
I don't leave alive?
もし生きていなければ
Dad, Bina. Where do we even start? How are we supposed to figure out what we're meant to do to help
コロンビーナを助
Columbina?
けられるんだ。
Monitor. And
コロンビーナ、
Columbina, what do you need from
俺たち
us?
は何をすればいい？
Dot dot dot.
なあ
If she really got to the beginning of time in there, how do you think
本
she'd
当
leave
に
us
そ
a
の
message?
時間の始まりまで行けたとしてどうやってオイラたちにメッセージを残すんだ？
Dot dot dot.
まさか
You don't think she'd write it down on a stone tablet somewhere in the hopes that we'd find it, do you?
オイラたちが見つけることにかけるなんてことはないよな。
いや、
Seems
それは
unlikely.
ないと思う。コロンビーナは
Columbina
口
may
数
not
こそ少
talk
な
a
い
lot,
け
but she thinks deeply about
ど、物
issues
事を
like
よく考え
this.
てる。
もう一度整理
Let's
しよう。
review what we know.
コロンビーナ
This is
は
the Columbina who fought
私たちと
alongside us
共に
against the Hunter of the Moon
月の
and with
狩
whom we
人と
celebrated
戦い
Moon Prayer Night.
気月の夜を過ごした。私たちの
She
性
knows our
格も
personalities, our
やり
ways of
方
doing
も
things, even our
能
unique
力も
strengths and
十
abilities.
分分かってるはずだ。そんな
So
コ
if she
ロンビ
wanted to
ー
tell
ナが
us something from a long, long
遠い
time ago,
昔の
what
こ
would she
とを
do?
私たちに伝えるとしたらどうするか。
Dot 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 exclamation. Dot dot dot. Lonatar noise.
旅人
Traveler, you once said that those golden ripples also appeared when Lonatar was
ルオンナタル
born.
が誕生した時にもあの金色の波紋が現れたって。もしコロン
What
ビ
if
ーナがルオンナ
Columbina
タ
left
ルを残した
Lonatar
こ
here
と
not
に
just as an anchor to the
単
real
なる
world,
アンカ
for
ー
some
以上
other
の意味があった
purpose?
としたらもし
If she is part of Columbina and Columbina knows that I can see past events through her,
そして彼女は
pull her right back
私
out
が
of
ルオン
the...
ノタルを通して過
Just
去に
like
起きたことを見られると知ってたとしたら
it's trying to pull Traveler out of Dottore space.
前に
Oh yeah, like when he peeked into Rerir's past
レ
through
リルの
his
過去を
heart.
覗いた時みたいにか。
待てね
Never wait.
もし本
If
当
you're
に
right
そ
about
なた
this
の
and
言
you
う
really
通り
can't see past events through
ルオンナ
Lonatar,
タ
your
ルを
eye
通
was
して
there.
過去の出来事が見えるとすれば今度こそ分かってる
Oh, I know, looking at Rerir's past, and Conrad is already enough of a
時代の
strain
レ
on
ビ
my
ルを見た
eyes
だけでも
from
目
this
が
far
つらかっ
back
たの
into the
に
past.
今度は太古の昔に遡るんだ失明は
It'll
避けら
surely
れないだろ
blind
う
me.
ね
Well, dot dot dot.
でも
But it's our only chance.
こ
This
れ
is
が
the
私
only
たちに
way.
残された唯一のチャンス
姉さん
On this one.
ヤフォだ
We spoke about this once a long time ago. Do you remember what I said?
昔私が言ったことを覚えてるか？
Yahuda, the day I lose my sight, the curatorium secrets will be
いつか
yours to
私の
run.
目が見えなくなったら碑文の館はあんたに任せるって
But
なんだ
what's wrong? I'd be overjoyed if I were you. This
その日がこんなに
game's come a lot
早く来たんだ。
earlier than either of us
喜ぶ
expected.
べきだよ
Dot dot dot.
ヤフォだ
I need to know you'll honor our
Yaksuku
agreement,
shite.
Yahuda. Promise me.
分かった
Yes, boss, never. I promise. Boss.
よく考え
Are you sure you don't want some time to think this through?
考えること
What
なん
is
て
there
な
to
い
think
ね
through? I should have gone blind after a battle with
本来な
Rerir.
ら
Frankly, it's
月
almost
の狩
criminal
人
that I
を
got
始
away
末
with
し
it
た
for
時点
this
で
long.
失明してておかしくなかったんだ十分長く持ってくれたさせめて予防措置だけはさせてくれ
Then at least let me take some precautions on your behalf, and if you really do lose your sight, I'll visit your office every day and make sure you're well looked after.
毎日碑文の館に行ってそなたの世話をしよう勘弁
Oh,
してく
please,
れ
anything
よ
but that. I was actually
やっと
ready to go
決心
through
が
with
つ
this.
い
Are you
た
trying
の
to
に
scare me into
その
backing
言葉
out?
で吹っ飛んじまいそうだ
As if I could ever scare you. Oh,
そ
soon
な
you're
た
just
が
joking and
私の
calm
言葉で
your
怯え
nerves.
るとは思えぬな緊張を紛らわすための冗談かもういいだろ
Alright, enough chit chat. Let's do
ぐずぐず
this.
してないで始めよう
Hajime-yo. Mm-hmm. And the Lonator box is getting used again. Da-da-da. Healing again. All done. Good, now give me some space.
少し下がって
Da-da-da. Come on then, little one, show me what happened in the
お
past.
ちびちゃん過去に何が起きたのか教えてくれ
Exclamation. Game board set and oh. The burst.
3月の
Between the
力
Charwater Authority moon power and the sole surviving moon, the frost moon.
残された草月帰る
I
方
think I
法
might know
は
how to
思い
get
つ
back,
いた
but
け
I
ど
will need my sister's help.
姉様たちの力を借りないとみんなと
Time to
話
go
して
talk
み
it
よう
over with them. Control.
や
Tell the three Moon Sisters about your decision and when are they gonna stop us? Let's just do this. Hello. I'll trace.
どうする
Huh,
か
have you
決めた
decided
の
what to do?
危
I
な
hope
く
it's
ない
not
と
too
いいけ
dangerous,
ど
or it scared me when he said that thing about
も
not
し生
leaving
き
here
ていな
alive.
ければって突然びっくりするようなこと言い出すんだもん姉
Come
様
on,
た
let's
ちを
go
呼び
find
に
the
行こ
other
う
two. Wonder if we can climb these. Can walk around the winter prison. It seems you have
もう
reached a
決心はつい
decision.
ているようねさ
I'm
あ
all ears. What do you
あなたの
propose?
計画を聞かせてちょうだい
And it can't climb. Understandably. Okay. It's not one architecture. On the other side, though, and we are slowly walking up to the other sister. Well, I was actually going to try to go up around stuff, but that's okay too. Kind of reminds me of the Tenatia, the space
考え
elevator.
がまとまったかい
Have you figured
Hi,
out, Columbina?
どうやって
Tell
こ
us
こ
how
か
do you
ら
plan
出
to
るつも
leave
り
this place.
うん
I intend to die here in this
私は
moment and then be reborn in the
ここで
future
死
with the
ぬ。
help of my friends.
そして友達の助けを得て未来で新たに誕生するの
What are you saying? How can the dead be
何を言っ
reborn?
てるの
Her soul is
死
in
ん
the
でしまっ
future.
たらどうやって生き返るの
And how will you inform the
未来の
future friends of your
友達にどう
plans?
や
You
って
can't
計画を
exactly
伝
leave
えるの
oracles. Nothing can escape this place, not a single ray of
でも
moonlight.
ここからは一筋の月の光さえ外に届かないんだよ
And
もし
even if you
メッ
found
セ
a
ー
way,
ジを
what
見
if
つ
they
け
never
てもら
find
え
the
なかった
message
ら
you've left for them?
ハイポセレニアはうん
No, that won't happen.
そんなことは起きない
Come again.
きっと気
They
づ
will
いて
find
く
my
れる
message, I'm sure of it.
私にはわかる
I'm not following how
具体的
exactly
なや
will
り
you
方を
achieve this.
教えてくれる
私のや
It's
るこ
quite
と
simple,
は簡
really.
単。まずは
First, I will weave my soul
私の
here.
魂をここに残す。
Objection. That exclamation.
見えた
I
よ。
see it.
魂？
Your soul, you mean your divinity.
神格のこと？
Yes, I once left a portion of my soul in the future, one so small that this prison barely noticed anything.
自分の魂の一部を未来に残してきたの。それは
In this very moment, she can resonate with my soul across time.
だからきっと
When that time comes, I believe that she can serve as an
ここの魂を
anchor to pull my
未来
soul
の
from here
現
back to
実
the
へと
future
呼び戻す
reality.
ためのアンカーとして機能してくれる。
まるで
Just as gravity connects the world
大
to
地
the
と
moon.
月を結びつける引力のようだね。
うん。
Exactly in the future
私
where
が
I
暮ら
came
す未
from,
来では
the moon has been cast beyond
月は偽りの
the
空
false
から
sky,
投
but
げ
I
出
can
され
still
たけ
feel
ど
that it is there.
私にはまだその存在を感じられる。そして私が残したその魂の一部は
In a similar way, I can feel a connection to the soul fragment I left behind even now. My friends can use it to
み
detect
んな
my
はそれを
presence.
通じて私の存在を感じられるはず。
But how do you just leave your soul here? Is that even possible?
ここに残せるものなの？ここに来
On
る
my way
途
here, I
中
met an ordinary mortal who
か
entered
つて
this
こ
place
の場
long
所に
before I
迷い
did.
込んだ普通の人を見かけた
Came
の。
out of here as fragments. Hmm.
肉体はすでに
Her
消
body
え
is
去っ
long
てい
gone,
た
but
け
her
ど
soul remains.
魂だけはずっととどまってたよ。その前
And
に
before
は
that, I encountered an old enemy whose entire soul survives here intact, while the power that once corrupted his body has
完
faded
全
away.
な魂のままとどまってて、逆に彼の体を侵食してた力は消え去ってた。
つまりこの空間のルールは私たちの神格と力を封じ込めることを目的として機能するから。
So perhaps this space is specifically designed to present divinity and authority, but not the physical body.
でも、たとえ肉体が檻を抜け出せて
Still,
も、
but even if your body can escape, would it not just be a lifeless husk with a soul that has divinity inside?
まさか
Wait, was that what he meant when he said he would leave alive?
私は
Yes, I shall
自
turn
分
my
の
body
肉
into
体を
moonlight and
月
pour it
光
over
に
not
変えて
cry.
な
And
ど
that's
くら
why
い
the
に
moon
降り
power
注ぐ。
exists.
それは
That power shall protect the land
な
and
どくらい
quietly
を
blend
守護
into
す
it,
る
awaiting my
力
soul's
となり、
return in the future.
この大地に静かに溶け込んで、未来に私の魂が戻ってくるのを待ち続ける。
Da-da-da.
でも
However, I
私
cannot
一
do this
人
on
の
my
力
strength
だけ
alone.
じゃこんなことでき姉様たちの
I would
助け
need
が
your help to do this, so I'm
必要なの。
humbly asking for your assistance.
どうか私を助け
And
て
they
くださ
mentioned
い。
the other moons suddenly disappearing, Nicole did. And well, oh dear sister, you need not be so formal. As I said before, we are but remnants of a bygone age.
そんなにかしこまらないで。言ったでしょ。私たちが
Again, it
王
is
族
so
の歴
funny
史の
that
残光に
in
過
the
ぎる。
files even, they are explicitly NPC models, and then Diluc is
そ
playable.
してあな
And
た
the
は
model
未来の
quality
一人でも
difference
な
is
れ
insane.
ずっと孤独に生きてきた。
It is funny that the Albedo and Venti buffs did not
こ
come
の
with
牢
any
獄
kind
に
of
閉じ込
model
めたま
update,
まになった。
even though Venti got some
しておけるはずないわ。
animations changed. You, on the other hand, were born alone in that distant future, and you have walked along in lonesome roads since then. How could I bear to let your story end here in this dungeon?
忘れないで。
Don't forget, we are your
私たちは
sisters,
あ
your
なたの
family.
姉様であり、あなたの家族なの。
Exclamation.
アリア姉様の
Aria's
言う
right.
通りだよ。
Actually, I always wanted a little sister.
私
Can you imagine how it's been for me getting nagged by two older sisters all this time?
いつも二人の姉様
Are
に
they
い
all
ろいろ
the same
言われ
height,
て
or
ば
is
っ
she a
かり
little
なんだもん。
shorter? She looks a bit younger, but
や
I
っ
don't
と
know
姉
if she's
様
any
になれるチャンス
shorter.
ができたんだよ。
Now I finally get to be the big sis, and not just that, but I get to help you return to your world
自分
too.
の世
How
界
could I
に
say
送
no
り
to
返してあ
that?
げられる方法があるならためらうはずないでしょう。ソネット
Sonnet. Da-da-da. I call her Canon because she's actually a camera. Canon? I'm sorry, I know this is a bold request. The frostwind is rightfully yours and it remains intact. So if she managed to weave, in theory, couldn't she actually come back? Oh no, please don't misunderstand me, Columbina. I was just thinking back on the years that the three of us once spent together. You cannot imagine how happy I am to hear the future world you describe. The Frostmoon signs are lovely, kindly friends. For the three of us whose purpose in life was to maintain the peace into that, it is a great relief to know that the people of this world live in such an abundant future. If your plan can save them and save not cry, I will gladly give you all that I can. Besides, the three of us have been together since the day we were born. Could never abandon them to live on alone without them. Canon. Still, I do have one question I would like to ask you before we proceed. Certainly, what is it? Nani? Why do you cover your eyes? This got me, that question got me done. Yeah, I was curious about that too, but it seemed personal, so I didn't want to intrude. She doesn't want to gaze upon the ugliness of the world. Oh, there was a time when I refused to look upon the world. I believed it was probably nothing but lies and falsehoods. She's a baptismal bishop. I wish to hide my feelings, seal my heart until I could return to my true home. And now she finally considers the actual world her home. Yay! Soka, I see. Perhaps that decision saved you from ever having to see the false sky again. But at the same time, you likely missed out on many true and precious things like the smiles on your friends' faces. Promise me this, Columbina. When you return to the future, open your eyes. Take a look at the world around you and see your friends. I'm sure you know this already, given that you long to return. But that is your true home. Give me your hand, Columbina. Oh, Hyposelenia, because again, that's the moon name, and in other languages they call her that. Arya-san, you too. Okay. Alright. It's the handing over of power. Transference of authority. See ya. See ya. Boo. Get levitated. We were once the song sung for eternity, but now it is you who must continue to sing. We once were the tides in the great river of time, but now we subside and you arise. We were the messengers of madness and inspiration, but now the wise have faded and your truth must endure. She was the one who went crazy. Crimson Moon, after all. Song, tides, and... Wonder what element each of them would have had. This sort of golden white corresponds kind of to Geo, but not really. We were souls awaiting the sun. You must return to be with those who smile when they see your face. Again, other than Malvika, we don't have any suns, really. There's been a solar chariot Zhongli sun god theory that's been around for a long time. Bina explosion magic. Oh, and their tattoos are gone. Why does Skara have that design on his gloves? No, really. Is it done? Yes, we have transferred the authority over all 3 moons to Columbina Hyposelenia. From this moment on, she is the Triune Goddess, the one and only moon goddess of this world. Oh, and that's how she gets the ring, and that's why she can't use her skill even when she's controllable with the basic attacks. This is when she gets that power. Ah, there we go. Playable kit, finally. Dot, dot, dot. Thanks. Thank you, my sisters. Now go and do what you believe is right. Columbina Hyposelenia. Be aware that we cannot grant you the power of the 3 moons beyond these prison walls. The conflict that arose over their remains following our disappearance will still take place. In other words, the Moon Marrows are still going to be with Arlecchino and us, I guess. I understand. Sisters, my body, it feels, and this is, again, Nicole's mention of the moon's disappearance. Now that we have given up our power and authority, our bodies are merely mortal shells. This prison is dissolving them as we speak. We're getting Tholindis. It's okay, son. The end must come for every god, just as it does for every human. So that's all this is, the final destination of our lives. Ken and I will be by your side the whole way. We have one final request, Columbina. Could you use the 3 moons' power to send us back into the real world? Now that we have lost our powers, I doubt this space will seek to hold us further. Yeah, so Rerir could be extracted. It's just we would like to spend our final moments together in the only place we ever called home. As in for Enfield? Okay. Of course, gladly. You can still get the free character, right? Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Sonnet. Yes. Don't. Wish I could tell her not to give in to the abyss, not to be afraid. But is this really what I should say at the moment? Exactly. Oh, it turns her into... Yep, the evil moon marrow. Because... that would change time. You can't really do that. Don't forget, I'm so glad to have a big sister like you. Oh, Hyposelenia, thank you. Oh. I mean, at this point, couldn't you just reroll? If you've missed that chance, you could... It's early enough, right? It's okay, I'm not afraid. The game came out like 3 days ago. As long as my sisters are with me, I won't be afraid. Dot, dot, dot. It looks like this is a goodbye, sisters. Goodbye, Columbina. Well, Hyposelenia. Gold. Take care of this world in our stead. They're getting desummoned. I will. Dot, dot, dot. And now it's time for me to bid farewell to my body, too. And the trick is that she's actually a Minecraft creeper. Oh, hello! Appreciate it. Nice to see you. Columbina's about to die. It's sad. May it become the moonlight that keeps Nodcry company through the long years ahead. This is why Nodcry was not always home to moon power, as it was created here at this moment, in the lunar prison. It only appeared after I poured my body out upon this land. Yeah, fair. If you don't want to get too spoiled, I don't blame you, but I appreciate the Prime sub, obviously, and it's good to see you. Glad you're doing well. Okay, fair. Yeah, if a game becomes work, then it becomes unfun. Well, it depends on how you feel about work, but still. It only appeared after I poured my body out upon this land, and only this land. Moon power responds to me because it is me, my body answering the call of my soul. They put Columbina in our food. And the golden energy I've encountered on my way here is in fact that very soul, which I'm about to leave here to guide me. If we hit her with lightning, she would become a charged creeper. ... Columbina song. A power triune, eternal moonlight. I, Columbina Hyposlenic, wait aside my body, and to be cast into the dark night to illuminate the future. Actually, she's becoming one of the dreamers from Hollow Knight. Who's her hornet? Maybe a companion to all who dwell beneath the moon. If we had killed her first, she would drop gunpowder. And it's until the time comes for me to return home. And it's the forest that literally only exists in a domain we visit once. Right. It is still so funny how there isn't actually a forest in the overworld. If they let us go back to the Frostmoon Llama room, that would make some sense, but nope, sleeps now, dear little dove. Finally, the lyrics to the Bina song. May flowers and lovely dreams bloom by your window. Little dove, child of the moon. Yeah, but this was from Llama's portion of the first Archon Quest here. This little domain. It's under Hisi. Your dust may stain your fair white feathers, though you lie down not in a warm embrace. We can see these moon power influenced animals, the bounders, birds, and deer. May the moon be with you in your slumber. So basically, she sung the song to herself. She created herself in the future. It's another one of those save points. Interesting. Seeing the moon and after she exploded herself. Boss, that was crazy. We're even allowed to see that as anyone. Invasion of privacy much. Can you still see how many fingers am I holding up? I see 2 fingers and a look of sheer terror on your face. That's just how she always looks when she sees Nefer. Truly astounding, Miss Nefer. Your eyes have glimpsed the very ends of the world, and yet they remain as sharp as ever. She should have actually gone blind. There are no stakes. Or is the credit for this miracle due to Miss Lama? It seems that even time itself is no match for your medical skills. Surely you jest, Mr. Flings. It's basically like modded Minecraft. Which, the answer is, eventually someone will come up with a guide for the factory and automation, and then you just have them help you. I suspect we have Columbina to thank. She must have realized the immense toll that the ritual would take. Purposely set aside some of her power in the past to protect Nefer's eyes when this moment arrived. All according to Keikaku. Translator's note. Keikaku means plan. There was always a great price to pay for witnessing the truth, but it seems that this time Columbina has shouldered that burden on our behalf. That's why her shoulders are exposed. To shoulder the truth. She chose the perfect method of getting a message to us, though her eyes were always shut. She was clearly so perceptive. She knows us well. She knew exactly how we would think and what we would try. I did hear about that. The exploration? Are there characters with exploration abilities, or are walls just world boundaries? So by being separated by time and space, we're seeing the same possibilities and seizing the same opportunities. We still don't even know if she's okay right now, but as long as there's a chance we can do something, we'll fight to make it happen. We'll get you back somehow, Columbina. And how? Sandy. Well, based on the information we now have, let's figure out our next moves. Angry again. Thanks to these gentlemen, and where is Arla then? Much clearer picture of the situation with Dottore. Oh, okay, so it's kind of like Death Stranding, which I got some time ago for free and still have not found time to play. Civilian population has been moved to safety, so we no longer need to hold back. Sandrone, how are the calculations going? So far, so good. I'll keep seeing how far I can push this system, though. Can't have Hatman, not Hat Guy, Hatman. Respectful. Being powered down for nothing. There's still a long road ahead. Where should we begin? Everyone exchanges looks, then starts discussing a plan of attack. The battle ahead is filled with unknowns. Known unknowns or unknown unknowns? No one can say how strong Dottore's grasp of the Three Moons' power is. And it's attributing it to the Traveler in here. But you're not about to admit defeat. Everyone is united and knows that no single person can accomplish the task ahead alone. As in, is free to play or just in general? Is everything just a damage sponge or just really biased towards paying players? Your only chance of victory lies on everyone working together, and just maybe as a team you can reach the moon, bring your long-lost friends safely back home. Our plan is clear, time is short, so let's get moving. There's just never enough time, is there? Time is the bane of my existence. As all the Narcissan Croyd's people died, as they got old. But anyway, I'm gonna get back to work. Alright, we'll do our part too. Yeah, ooh. More voiced Traveler. Huh. Okay. I guess if it's just a balancing, they could change that. Albedo Slayer says that elemental energy can die with the Light Realm's power. Because it's just undifferentiated elemental energy. I'm no expert in building elemental defense. It sounds like something out of the Advanced Elemental Theory section of the library. Lisa's time in Spontamod. Says everyone's a shitbait for Varka and Nicole for a lot of people. Seem quite troubled. Well, yeah, I mean, who doesn't get a little flustered when they're completely out of their depth? Well, right, but even a max rarity can be built more strongly with whaling. I just wonder how much more damage people who have invested are doing, and to be fair, this is day one. Really. Week one. You were the very picture of confidence back when you approached the Hexen Circle. Yeah, I could have been faking it through that whole meeting for all you know. It's nothing passage. Bit south of Northern Asha, and then the Bureau, the biggest one. Who's saying not just a ball of nerves and a charming and gregarious package? Complimenting yourself in the charming gregarious part. Oh gosh, really? I'm so sorry, I had no idea where you're all the braver for it. But again, she can't talk. This is all telepathy. No mouth moving. And see it very barely here. I have heard that the way the currency conversion works seems deliberately confusing. Still has much more in my comfort zone than I am here. At least in Mondstadt, you can cry for help from a cliff stop and actually stand a chance of something Venny himself. Wouldn't flying be faster? Some things in our look weaker than they do now. If we don't pull this off, that's doomed, isn't it? Oh, you think so? Actually, yes. Yes, it probably is. Unpleasant. It's a shame. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Tibet has faced annihilation many times in the past, but it also gave us you, didn't it? The one that launched like a ship. Hey, don't give me that. It's not like I'm anyone special. He's saying this because his DPS is sub 100k. The leaks are making everyone sad. I disagree. Every human born in this world is special. We angels have always believed that. In that case, this humble human being has a big favor to ask of you. In Japanese, he said big sister. I thought you might say that. I'm sure Alice, in her great wisdom, sent you here precisely to help us in this difficult time, yes. The question is what she's doing at the world border, then. Oh, that's less to do with her wisdom, more to do with my power, that is telepathic dodo form.
もちろん
Of
もち
course,
ろん
of course.
今どうにか
Well,
し
the
ようと
thing
している
is,
元
these
素の
elemental
防御
defenses we're
だ
about to build, I don't think it's a question of if they'll
い
fail,
つ
but
かは機
when.
能しなくなると思うんだルリンの巡回
Duran's
報告
findings from
に
his
よれば
patrols make it clear that
ドット
Dottore
ー
is
レは着々と
constantly
征服地を広
expanding
げ
his
ている
territory. First it was his lab, then the design bureau, and now this.
次に実験設計局だから俺たちの目的はこれらの
It's not
措置で
realistic to
彼の
completely
進行を
stop him
完全
encroaching
に
on the
止め
rest
る
of
ことじゃな
Nogkai.
く
Rather, his goal should be to
でき
stall
る
him
限
for as
り
long
彼
as
の歩みを
possible.
遅らせることだサンドローネのジョーちゃんの演算に間違いがなけれ
Sandrone
ば
or Zhou-chan?
いや
Miss Sandrone's
Zhou-chan
corrections
の
are,
演算だけが
calculations are
頼りだ
correct. Well, they're the closest thing to certainty we have in this situation, so let's assume they are.
術式
Anyway,
は
her
すでに完
calculations
成
suggest
して
that her best hope of
そ
victory
の
lies in
結
Miss
果が示すと
Columbina's
ころによると
return.
俺たちの
Now, are
本
we
当
gonna
の
do that?
勝利は月神のジョーちゃんがテイワットに戻ってくることを基礎としているコロンビーナ
It's
が
up
戻
to
っ
us
て
to
くる
slow
まで
Dottore's
の
advance
間
and buy time.
侵
We're
略
gonna
者
make a
を足止め
return.
しないといけない
As in the factory or the open world or both?
防御を築くのを
Or you asked me to help you with building the
手伝ってほしいってことかしら
defenses. I really do miss the puzzles in Inazuma.
いや
No, I'd like to prepare
そ
for what
の
comes
後のことに
next.
備えてほしい
Oh, it's Mount Asus. Been 2 years and we still can't go here.
彼が本当にここを攻めてきた
When he eventually reaches us, we will have to fight him. You're an angel once and a witch now.
だから
I'm asking you to lend us your
かつて天
protection.
の使いであり今は魔女となったお前に
Again, in the
みんなを守って
Japanese,
もら
they
いたいん
say
だ
witch, not maid. Majo, literally magic woman. It's an explicitly gendered term. Whereas when the English script uses witch, in terms of the Hecken circle, it usually corresponds to the term majutsushi or no, mahotsukai, or user of magic, which is not a gendered term at all.
へえ
Oh, can I take it that you're tricking the terms you fought for using our three-way talks? In
今
Japanese, the term for mage would probably be like majutsushi, or user of sorceress arts. Literally. That's the distinction they make. Fate. Okay. Interesting. What kind of puzzles? Difficult ones, or?
もともとは
Well,
門を
technically
守っ
those
て
terms
も
are
らう
about
って
protecting
話
Mondstadt, but if you're helping to agree with the change in location, then
場
yes,
所を
let's
変
do
更す
that.
ることに問題がなければ
Cashing
それで
in.
構わない
思っていた
You're
より
cashing in on this
早く
much
その日
sooner
が
than
来た
I'd
わね
imagined.
今使わ
Well,
ない
yeah, the
と
way things are going, I
もう
might
チャン
not
ス
get
がない
another
かもしれ
chance.
ないからな
Dottore just kills everyone. Yeah.
騎士の願い
Very well,
は
the mages have
魔
heard
女た
the
ちに届いたわ
knight's plea, and we will respond. The witches.
実を言
To
う
tell the
と
truth, Alice and I already
アリス
discussed
と
how I might help you
みん
all,
な
so
を
I
ど
didn't
う
come
助けられる
empty-handed.
か
I always
と
like
っ
to
く
be
に話し合って
prepared.
きたわ手ぶらで来たわけじゃないのよ
Nicole shares her plan with Farka, who is very pleasantly surprised.
よかった本当によかったありがとう
This is, well, yeah, this is great. Seriously,
長い
thank
間
you.
出番
It's
が
been
なか
many
った
long
から
years since I had a chance to dazzle
私も
humanity
何
with a
か
little
すごい
divine
ことを成し遂げ
intervention.
てみたくて
Being out to humbly serve as a reliable and
例えば
responsible guide.
あ
Glaze yourself.
私はただいい導き手になりたいだけよ
Anyway, Knight of Boreas, please accept this
Hoku
gift in
Fuchi.
recognition of your great virtue.
その善良で公正な
The
心に
North
応え
Wind.
てさらなる贈り物を捧げるわ北風騎士よ
Hokufu
天の
Kishi.
使いの祝福
North Wind Knight. Go now, may the angels bless you over you safely to your
届きます
destination.
ように
And around this core specifically, they've got... Oh, are they going to use the cannon then? Got Nicole's barrier. That's the end of that portion of the quest, and... Where to now? Descending moon, reunite with your companions, and this can be walked through freely. It's just a wall of light. It distorts a little when we get close, but... Because we're supposed to pass it, or... Through the endless long night, the Doctor's schemes press closer step by relentless step. Oh, okay, so it's... That's similar to the potion puzzle from the potion event a couple years back, which was in Sucrose's Hexen Quest, actually. But I need to take a quick bathroom break so I don't explode again. I'll be right back. Tank is empty. No longer in danger of exploding. This is probably a good thing. Okay. Returned. Returned from the land of the dead. Okay. Talk to Sandy. It's interesting we have this segment of Nashatan. Okay, alright. I think we got right to the end of the quest, and that'll be about enough, and it's raining in town. So does not normally happen. Oh, hello. Time for war. Ah, you're here. Sandrone, how are things going? Glad you asked. You two are about to become the first people to lay eyes upon my masterpiece. Should that be the first part of the first specter? More speculation about Paimon. She's actually Asmodee. Probably. Hey. Yeah, whatever. Come feast your eyes on this. Yoko mite nasai. Well, we've never seen something like this before. It looks impressive. This meter displays the progress of my formula. Currently, it's still making the most important connections. It's your Sheikah slate. Once it's finished running, I'll deliver it right to your side, and then we can finally bring Columbina back. What do you mean, deliver it? Can't you just tell us over the Dodo phone? Just be some numbers, right? No, because it's a Sheikah slate. Oh, you're such a greenhorn. This isn't the kind of form you solve in math class. It's a highly complex algorithm capable of constructing a framework of rules. I mean, what are they really doing here? But Sandrone is still just perfect. Whatever will be here all day if I start trying to explain it. All I need to know is the formula must be completed before we can bring Columbina back. Got it. I'll share the data with you. Nicole's agreed to let me use her information channel. So we just need to use the Dodo phone like so, and... There, now you can check in on my progress. Oh, look at that. You're amazing, Sandra, and it's 10%. Yeah, and it's a Sheikah slate. It's even got the color. For now, at least. About time you recognize my genius. Took you long enough? Oh ho ho. Not the oh ho ho. You don't have twin drills. You can't laugh like that. Anyway, that's all for me. You should check in on the others if you have time. Make sure we don't have any weak links in the chain. That might sound harsh to you, but close supervision is a common practice in the Fatui. Not looking to catch you on and out, I just care about everything going smoothly, and that's all. I'm kinda stuck here while the formula is running, so I need to be my second pair of eyes in the meantime. Talk to your companions. 20. Okay. Over here. Chat with all of you. Oh, hello. Thankfully, Miss Nicole has come to her aid. Nashatan is now looking very well defended. Golden Flame. Yes, that's Nicole's power. Alright. Explicitly flame. Kiniro no Hono. Gold-colored fire. She does have a pyro vision. Based on the latest message from Grandmaster Vark, it sounds like they've reached an agreement. Situation should be more stable with her assistance. Everyone will have at least some degree of protection. With Nicole and Durin, that's already more pyro characters coming out this patch cycle than Nalan. Not counting Pyro Trav. Albedo and Durin. Hello there, you two. Are you well rested? Thanks for your concern, I'm doing alright. It's good to hear. As per the plan, Albedo and I will be in charge of Nashatown. Interesting. In what sense? As Dottore's energy field expands, it's creeping ever closer in that direction, but we will do our best to hold our position. We fought side by side many times before, and always with great success. I believe this time will be no different, so don't worry about it. Focus on fighting Dottore. And he really should have given him some kind of model update. As Dottore's energy field expands, creeping ever closer in that direction, we'll do our best to hold our position. Fought side by side many times before, and always with great success. Same before. I believe this time will be no different, so don't worry about it. Focus on fighting Dottore. Okay. And Flint. Traveler Palman, a pleasure to see you both. Flint, how's everything coming along? Very well, if I do say so myself. Personally, I'm ready to confront Dottore head on. Why directly to the forehead? Oh, you sound much more serious than usual. To be honest, I'm not usually fond of exercising my full strength. For one thing, it's hardly conducive to maintaining a low profile. Besides, I believe one should have the right to choose when to show their hand. Or their lamp. I showed you my lamp, please respond. I'm conserving my strength until the moment of battle is upon us. Anything to boost our chances of victory. Seeing you get in the zone like this really puts Palm at ease. How travel? Yeah, me too. Most at ease indeed. I consider it an honor to have your trust. Rest well, I look forward to seeing you both in your element during the battle. And rest well, I look forward to seeing you both in your element during the battle. Just repeats the end of it. Okay. And you. Yes, Miss Moonshatter, what are you staring at? You always address me in the strangest ways. A Lady Moonshatter 1 minute, Miss Moonshatter the next. Yes, and are either of those incorrect? Inconsistent. It's not as such, it's just that I simply call you Nefer nowadays. That's my name. What's your point? The point is, I don't add any honorifics or titles. Meaning what? That maybe we're on friendlier terms now than we used to be. How nice. Is that how you see it? And I thought I was the one with eye damage. Nefer and Lama. Paimon and Traveler. Swinging by to check in on you. How are things going? Did you manage to get some rest? Interesting. Don't worry about me, I won't slow us down. And I give my all to ensure my victory. Oh yes, allow me to give you two a quick checkup. Awesome! The healing that's only at C1. All done, you're both in good shape. We're lucky to have your support. Thank you both. You're welcome. You'll have your work cut out for you in this battle against Dottore, so make sure to get some rest in first. I'll keep an eye on him, don't you worry. I'm glad to hear it. Take care of yourself too, Paimon. Sure thing. And now that we've talked to everybody, time for fun. Golden flame barrier. Exclamation. Hostiles incoming. Are these the Doctor's minions? Here they come. That's quite a horde. As we expected. Yosadorida. Get ready, everyone. 30% in the formula. And yeah, it's all orange and blue. This could also mean Pokemon Black and White too. Or Ashika Slate. Take your positions and prepare to engage. Let's begin. And that they're ready. Time to fight. Rushing with Flynn's at the start. Hello. And since it's in engine, we're getting little bits of power. And it Interesting. Defend Nasha Town. But it's raining, which is... Oh! That's exactly the reason. Duh. And land cruisers. That's all. Raining's for the sake of the lunar reactions. That's fun. Nefer and Welma. There we go. Yeah, we go. Defend. Oh, man, the Doctor Dottore Archon. Creatures cannot stand against us. Flooding Duck, just don't let your guard down. And we did it so fast, it's already done. Crazy. 40 in the world formula, and... Oh, since it does change our position, we had like 1 second of Llama there. Oh, a Dottore double. That's crazy. Thanks. Oh, hello. Best of luck with the bolt. Hi, we are beating the Archon Quest for real this time, I hope. It's easier than I thought. Naturally. What do you mean? That's the end of that. So land cruisers and enemies without Dottore Plague Mask buff. And then, I'm doing alright. Just finishing up AC since it changes position, we have. That's the original Notcry gang back. We're the Bina substitute. Okay. Let's get this down here. See who we need to switch to, and we'll always use fire to drive like wild beasts. And oh, it's outside the barrier. Man, just about to say that. Okay. Come on. There we go. Ooh, that hurt a bit. Let's let Knifer take the second half. Oh, dear friend, wait the fight. Dear friend. Funny. Bit forward. And there's our defense in Nasha Town, and it was just to waste our time while Dottore strolled over. You're looking well. I trust you've had a good couple of days. Again, as I said, Dottore's Japanese voice acting is very, very similar to... The voice actor also is Salieri, another sort of, well, not evil, just sinister masked character in Fate. Fate's version of Antonio Salieri. What dialogue might we have missed? Okay. Zach, I was too fast. These creatures can't stand against us. Fighting Duck, don't let your guard down. Goes out saying hardly the wrist taper in this group. Excuse me. With Albedo Enduring, that was easier than I thought. Naturally, what do you mean? Oh, is it because as creative beings go, we're of a higher level than them? Very good, you understood what I was implying. Better homunculi or dragons. R.I.P. to your roles, I guess. Dottore. It's actually a good thing in my view. If the subjects of my experiment were to die prematurely, we're quite a wrench in the works. Time for the real fight. And so I must thank you all for your resilience. He's got the Eternal Marrow, the Iridescent Marrow, and a fake Frost Marrow, because Bina escaped. We're no longer on the same level, but you are nonetheless worthy of my respect. A creator god should be merciful and gracious after all. I sleep it off and see if tomorrow's better. Better than stewing. In any case, it is only right that before I end your lives, the world is informed of the arrival of their new god. Another save point for that fight. Again with his time power. And it's Heretic of the False Moot, the old Dottore. Every Fatui with a boss fight got a second introduction. And why is he tearing the false sky open? Fair. Well, then just sit back and enjoy the show. That's his lead motif, which is similar but not the same as one from his first appearance in Samaria. Teleported us to his giant hand. Where is this specifically? Who knows? Kind of Buddha-y. Buddha's hand, yeah. But the interesting thing is that the experiment begins. There was no real reason for him to tear open the false sky unless he wanted to make it easier for Columbina to come back. But the Doctor covered escape and moonfall impact. This is such a good song. And it's synced to the music, too. The explosion is right when the beat drops. It's so well done. Okay. And come on. Let's put in you. So damn defense right where you are. Damage repulsing the line. Yep, we weren't moving. Yeah, this is very fast. Let's just use this first. Yay! And avoid this rainfall. Yeah, this is simple. See ya. See ya. You're not even that strong, except you went out of your way to go away. But this is a con. Coincidence. Oh, that's... Yeah, if you can just get all your health back, that's gonna kind of do it. Oops. That wasn't fun. It's not another space and it's still on. Ouch! Electro! Oh no. Structure of Dottore intends to trap us here. Okay. Let's destroy this. Oh, the walls. We have to dodge this, actually. Duran's about to be put to the test. Okay. Oh, and he's been separated entirely. Oh my goodness. Let's check our character details, maybe. We can't? Oh no! This attack is very similar to one of the attacks by Elphalis, and is that... I want to see if that was Cryo. And Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Okay, well, that's fine. You can continue doing Flynn stuff. That's fine. Okay, Are you far... You're a little farther away than you might like to know. Do not face the Doctor. Bites punishment. We just have to wait and we get free burst stuff. Huh? I mean, it's more of a benefit as long as you're smart with it. So... And why? We're kind of running out of this. At least we'll get our energy back, but... This is actually kind of tough. Let's put this down. Destroy the remnants. Oh well. Dodge up. Well, and Welma got kind of imprisoned. For a Divide and Conquer strategy, that's a direction now inverted. Well, that... Okay. Not allow him to triumph. Yes. You're going back and forth. That sucked. Do we have to not die here? Is there anything that really... Okay. That's just us and Nefair. Oh no. Unpleasant. Okay. I mean, this is doable. This is better than having to run Hydro Traveler with just... no Ino Doc. Back during the Rerir fight. Still absolute torture. Respect the balls of this thing. Okay. Let's... Oh, I friend that. Cool. And when we get your HP down, you're just gonna get it back. Yeah. Kinda not really working here. Okay. Come on, Bina. Bail us out. And it's another Moonfall. Cool. Gonna aim for me? More or less. Okay. Okay. Oh! Can't fall here with Stubborn Mode compels you to regain your feet. That's right. Nothing is better than a good hope response. It forced us to switch back to nothing. God, Gang is gone. Please, Columbina got trapped in. Okay. Getting our direction forcibly changed. Okay, no way out. We can't iframe through that. Sun Dottore. Okay. It's just us. My apologies had not intended to take your teammates from you. Really? You have a choice not to obey and I can release it. Alright. Let me see this here. Excellent deal if you ask me what you consider it. Guess we can... Well, we don't even have to dodge, do we? In our face. Invites punishment. Oh well. And we just, yeah, we do get kind of knocked out eventually. Roll form is at 70 at least. More have been working on some little tricks to surprise me with, but it appears that none of them have come to fruition. That's been fun. And yeah, when he transformed, he got bigger. That's the big thing. When he snapped his fingers earlier. See about that, Dottore. Displaces. Okay. My guess would be that you're trying to bring Columbina back, but then where is Sandrone? Trying to buy time for her. It's interesting that he knows that Sandrone is behind that plan then. Kinda hard to hear him over his own music. Heretic of the False Moon. Oh, and he's got these sort of strange or ampule bracelets. Oh, I didn't even notice. His plague mask is a chest ornament with tubes, of course. I always found their friendship to be a curious phenomenon, two highly incongruent personalities, and yet they share a deep connection. Speaking of Columbina, I once saw her as a younger sister who got along quite amicably while she was with the Victory. The saxophone is funny, in a good way. But then one day she suddenly decided she refused to take part in any further experiments. To this day, I truly don't understand what I could have done to upset her so much. Such a pity. I could have had a sister or family, but I watched she grew to dislike me. Interesting saying that to the Traveler about it, especially Ether, about a younger sister. You're not fit to be family to her. That I can't deny. I'm evil, deal with it. So many people all obsessed with playing the same tired old dramas. This world is rotten to the core. Time for this twisted game to bury your sap. Bit of the Sumeru motif in it. And then there's you. You had every opportunity to reach the right conclusion. Thought of killing you off like this. But I maintain that I approached you in good faith, so I'll offer you another chance. When we work with me, you have until I count to 10 to make your choice. A lot of people made jokes about he just gives us more chances every single time. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gotta get 10 blue dots. 1, 2, 3. Progresses on its... doesn't progress on its own, actually. Not in a million years. Lightning. Baloney. But you missed. Standing on the hand. Sandrone, what a pleasant surprise. I didn't think you'd join us all the way up here. Where is up here? I imagine it's above the bureau, probably. It's his biggest domain, but... that rock. You're as sick and twisted as ever. Don't fool yourself in thinking anyone's grateful for the chances you're offering him. Sandrone, but the formula hasn't finished running yet. Funnily enough, I was just discussing a collaboration opportunity with the Traveler. And then I see you, who I must say is a good example of an opportunity gone to waste. Gone to waste. I said that everyone would get one chance and use yours to march right back into the lion's den. It's an utterly wasted opportunity. Oh, what makes you think I believe a word that comes out of your mouth? I was planning on disposing of your little formula after wrapping up more urgent business here. Since you've taken the trouble of serving it to me on a silver platter, I can simply bring it forward in the schedule. again, are these geo or physical? We're really looking at physical. It's kind of an open question whether Coloni will be playable with Sandrone at all. And you got crushed by moonwings. Gone so soon. Oops. Is this your life's work? Oh, wait, is this piece of trash? 80%. And water stabbed. Sword not stabbed. Oops. Almost 90. Blue fire. He doesn't use fire in his kit at all. Your formula runs too slowly. You put your hope for success on others instead of fighting dirty. That is why you have failed. Not 90. Now whom should I slay first? Syringes. Any volunteers? 90 almost no one. Unless if you leave the decision to me. Grabber. Sword gone. Would that even kill us? Blocked with. She just took the stab straight to the belly button. Unpleasant. There's our 90. Oh, how unexpected. Telekinesis. Some people might envy that. Any less words for me, comrade. Is there anything you wish for? Oh, Elaine. Not really. Again, no wish. But I've always known what I don't want. Getting choked to death by Dottore. Hayaku shinde. Die quickly, Dottore. Do not say hell in the English. There are lots of words with religious connotations that get used in the English script which aren't really appropriate in the context. No. But it's not complete yet, and now you have failed. Makeda. Oh. Sandrone, and it's broken! It's all over now. We lost the game. Hail of Moon Remnants continues your approach. 80% completion. Quickly incapacitates. Swarm of daggers. Interesting. Now I see how fragile mechanical contraptions are. Just a gentle tap and they fall to pieces. As opposed to his strategy, which is modifying living beings. However keen of an inventor Sandrone may have been, her death spells the end of the formula that was running inside her body. Oh, because it was inside? Okay. Of course, I have to commend her for making it this far, as her colleague have to admire her stubborn tenacity. What happened to Skara's core? She was computing it then, in her body. Now it's time for you to take your place by my side. We refused twice. You're giving us a third chance. My count was interrupted, but the second chance I extended, there's still a second. So since once again, you are welcome to join me. Okay. By now, I'm sure you've gained a greater appreciation for the power and authority I wield. What is stopping you from embracing a new world of endless possibilities? Not in the mood to talk as you wish. You seem less talkative than usual today. I'll change the topic to something more apropos. Sandrone was always like this, never trusting anyone's always so reluctant to share her research with them. Objectively speaking, she had her strengths. It is remarkable how she extracted even optimized the world formula from so much data.
最適化を成し遂げるとは実に興味深い。
But her inability to trust was her undoing. Had she allowed someone else to monitor or run the world formula for her, we might still have had a chance at victory even now.
お前たちにもまだ一縷の望みがあっただろうに。
It's interesting because she talks about her self-centeredness as a strength before. But regrettably, she was a stubborn fool. As much as it pains me, she had to go.
実に心が痛むものだ。
ドットーレ。
Dottore.
人は変わるものだと君は考えもしなかったんだろう。
Maybe this is news to you, but people can change. Columbina surprised you when she escaped, and I think Sanjurani would surprise you too. Change, Kawaru. You can twist the truth however you want, but I see it clear as day. You're the one who can't trust other people. Is that how you see me? Da da da. By this point, what can you hope to do about it? Oh. It is pointless to fight on. You've already lost. Dead Drone. Wrong, you can't win this. Dottore. Still calculating, but how? Excuse-moi. What? But that's exactly it. Pulling it down. Moon powers and Varka's own strength and Nicole's golden fire. But quite literally, it wouldn't really have formed us 90% of the way. That's the point. I will connect you to Columbina. Then, I'll bring the Flamer's output to the Traveler's side. For the last 10%, whoever takes us bring the moon down. If you hadn't split the sky open, it wouldn't have worked. Dottore was secretly helping and Big Moonfire. His physical strength and that new Varka signature. It's basically the Nagla battle thing here. And a perfunctory barrier. Closing it back up. But to what extent was he even trying there? Again, if he hadn't split the sky open in the first place, what could they have even done? And the sky split open anyway, so, well... The moon will never be yours. Monitor. That's 100%, and... Scar's Spectre Heart. In Polonia. And it's just like Monitor getting reborn. On a moonlight port over Nodgra. But still, I have here to inform my future friends. They can do that cutscene twice. Also, hide the Trowin authority within the Frost Moon. That's why the others are dead, but my body, soul, and authority are united. Finally, Columbina. You gonna open your eyes or? The Freaktar statue. Welcome back. It's the burst. It's her theme is playing. Eyes are open. Time to fight. You know, Durin can't fly. Columbina can't either. It's been too long, I'm back. If only I could have eyes open when the moon returns to focus on the battle traveler. The touching reunion. I personally found myself repulsed side of weaklings held together for one. Yeah, but what could I meaningfully do? I mean, really. Now, if you're quite finished patting yourselves on the back. Show me how long you can struggle before you drown.
そして
Also, I don't have any other elements.
気をつけてコロンビーナ
Watch out, Columbina
彼は
manipulate
空
space
間を操
itself.
れるんだ
分かってる
No, wait for the right moment. We'll strike together.
私に
Oh, you don't have your burst at all. Okay. Well, that's interesting.
流れ
So we can't trigger. No, it defaults to winter charge, it seems. It might be random, actually. This is our C2 effect. Hi. Oh well. And it's playing Columbina's theme. Wow. And yeah, it defaults to winter charge, it seems. Interesting. I guess we're just waiting. Survival battle. Columbina, and we should create an opening, and I guess solo Bina. What can you meaningfully do? Reality marvel. There we go. Barriers. He just used Roias. And of course, it did work to block it in the end. We're gonna stab in the back again.
新月の祝
Bring the
福を
moon's blessing.
授けてあげる
Defeat the Doctor.
月が
New moon shines
君に
upon
宿る
you.
よ
Oh, we have Saint attack run weary of your stubborn
邪魔をして
resistance.
くれたな
Break this barrier. What is this? Okay, it's basically her special. Okay. Her skill. Dash through. Oh, it's a big Hydro Slash. Very similar to the special attack we got with the Abyss Beam, with the Abyss sibling. Interesting. Okay, time to pay for her heinous crimes. Wow. Oh, it's the special Hydro Traveler charge attack, isn't it? Yeah. Another slash.
俺たちの未
The
来
future is not yours to
にさ
command.
せはしない
Are you sure? Maybe. Oh, and more. Ouch. Feed your foe, blessing the new moon grants you the strength to keep fighting. Okay.
月光は必
The
ず
moonlight dispelled the darkness. Oh, this blocks his healing, presumably. Okay. Or does it? Let me see. Yeah, that's what we need to do. Negate his healing by using that moon domain. Oh, actually, it's just cutscene. Fun.
なんとは
Willfully blind.
この運命に
How can you be so
甘んじている
satisfied
の
with
か
your fate? And we're Pyro again. Yeah, that was basically the special charge attack that we get as a buff for completing this quest. Yeah. That's not an attack you actually have. Another red shield. Iridescent severed. Ate it. Aided it. Oh, what that do? Oh, brought everyone back. Time to finish this. This battle was never about fate. That's a different game.
友達
It's
の
about
ため
friends and
家
family.
族のため
Is this Fast and
君に
Furious
奪
and
わ
the
れた
home you
故郷
stole
のた
from
めだ
them?
よ
Okay. So dull, only the weak rely on each other for comfort. The gang is back. As you'll see, once I transcend fate, you'll be nothing but fodder for my grand experiments.
思い通り
That
に
will
はさ
never
せない
happen. Another QTE? Double. Kick. Who's next? Slashing and another QTE, right? Probably. You can't actually miss these. It's basically a burst. Plunge attack. Well, not really. Geo Traveler is the best. It's the only one that works in Stygian.
今宵
Today the moon lights up this world once more.
世界を照らせ
Bina laser. You would really think she was a DPS. Ah, breaks his false moon. Where's that eternal one? Oh, it's a gruesome world. He kept the eternal mirror, did he? Or at least the fake frost got nuked. No, this world is our home. You took the iridescent one back, but not the Doom Diori. The special burst was basically Avika's burst, actually. After the battle, you return to Nasha Town. The scars left on Not Grind by the doctor slowly begin to heal. Okay. And interesting. Okay. After warning the crisis' end, people gradually return to Nodgrai. Convenient. And then the frostman in the sky also remains within this world. No, you're doing it wrong. The moon looks like this now. What are you drawing, children? Mala. The new moon Mom looks different than before, doesn't it? Also, can I go buy a sugar sculpture to increase it just one? Alright, I suppose today is a special day after all, almost like a festival. Extra, get the way to Nasha Express here. Act on normal. Host has asked to report Nasha Town reborn beneath a new moon. The voyage begins today in the future express thanks to the lead. Want a copy? I knew things would be different, but I didn't think that would include the moon. Honjitsu Hasaku. Okay. See something. They say a new moon goddess has been born. A new moon goddess who's saying that in the frost moon signs. I guess so. I'm not too clued up on the details. As far as I'm concerned, the moon's still in the sky and it's business as usual. Hey, since we've come all this way, shall we grab ourselves a free meal while we're here? As you're a convert now, or are you just here for the free lunch? Yeah. Oh, come on, what does it matter? After everything we all just been through, and it smells good. Alright, that's it. I'm hungry. Time to eat. Come on, we gotta get there early, Vesa. Won't be any good spots left. Meta. Keep it down, this is a residential area. What if people are still sleeping? And where are we? Oh, why is it so noisy outside? Morning, Palma. I'm sure you don't need 5 more minutes. It's okay, Palma's pretty much awake anyway. It's been so long since us had a chance to relax, huh? It's like time is moving slower than usual. Authority over time. What about you? Did you rest well? Well enough. Somehow wasn't as sleepy as much as I expected. So winding down from everything that's happened, are you wondering how our friends are doing, or is it about what Dottore said to you? It's not an important plot moment anymore. Back to silence. Bit of everything, I think. Don't worry, feeling okay. Okay, if you say so, don't push yourself. Alright, I'll let know if you need to know. Cute. What we just went through was a lot. It's totally normal if you need some time to get back into a groove. Dottore disappeared after Columbina came back. Apparently she was part of Columbina's soul or something. Maybe the or something. Still, Paimon kinda misses Dottore somehow. But anyway, you did great, and so did Paimon. We all worked our butts off to contain this disaster, and in the end, we made it. Poor Bot. So chin up, Traveler, you should be proud of yourself. You're not usually this sharp when you've just woken up. Hey, don't poke fun. You should be glad that Paimon's growing as a person. Sorry, on a more serious note. Bet you were worried about me again, weren't you? Da da da. Paimon didn't think you'd mention it. Sorry, Paimon. You have no idea how anxious Paimon was, worried sick about you. Heard, understand how you feel. Implied. Well, if you really want to show Paimon you're sorry, you're going to need to make it up to her. Better rate splash out on a lavish meal. Anything for you, my treat. Aw. You okay? Paimon's full now. Manpoku dashi. Sure, snacks will be served shortly. Oh, well, Big bacon. Gigantic ham. It's Lowen, and I think it's good that we're getting more standard characters. So that there's something better, I guess, on the free 5-star anniversary each year. But we don't know what Lowen's kit is going to be like yet, so I guess what I specifically feel about that will have to wait. Well, hey there, Trevor and Paimon. Good morning. Yahuda. Morning, Yahuda. Here for some breakfast. Yeah, medium-sized. Medium-sized. With a gun. Oh, I've already eaten, just need some water. I was mostly worried you might forget what day it was today, so I came over to remind you. Burp. Careful there, Paimon. Too much food will make you drowsy. Don't want anyone to catch you hiding in the back and nodding off during the League meeting. Well, you know, Bennett, Skara, Male Traveler, Xingzhao, Chongyun, Durin, Kinich, Fremine, Winnie, all the characters who use that model because they're basically the same height. Should probably be saying that to Aino. She's the baby of the group of anyone. Sure, you know, I'm surprised that all these competing groups are actually coming together and trying to solve things together. Definitely a first for Nightcry. Well, nothing like a region-wide calamity to bring people together. After that, surely even the most self-interested people have to realize that going it alone isn't worth the risk, right? The streets are saying he's cryoporn, some kind of support. Be funny if he's just 5-star Mika. Hey, still trying never that. She's not exactly convinced that people are going to get with the program. Oh, but if she's so pessimistic about it, why'd she agree to be the Kichiro Twins representative in the league? Well, because even though Unity sounds like a pretty far-fetched idea, the benefits it would bring make it worth a shot. And money. I think things will work out now. I swear, not quite feels like one big family now. Everything that's happened, more than it used to anyway. Finally, order. Paimon's with you on that one. It seems like plenty of other people agree too. Just listen to the bustling streets. Right, everyone's been busy rebuilding these last 2 weeks, and the evacuees have been coming back in droves. I'm slowly returning back to normal side, which means my workload's probably gonna shoot back up. Okay. Were you about to head out? There's still some time before the ceremony begins, you know. Yeah, we're gonna take a stroll around the square and say hi to some friends first. Sounds good. See you later then. Okay. Go to the Central Plaza in Nasha Town. And that's Just normal? Okay. Huh. So in that case... Moonlight from ages past made the three moon sisters of the past the prison once used to confine the moon goddesses. When the new moon returns, from the ashes the new moon runs its ascent, spinning the wheel of fate anew. There you go. The Central Plaza. Central Plaza. Oh, well, there we are. Please accept today's boon. Have a nice day. Anefa joined the Frostmoon Scions. Are Pamon's eyes deceiving her, or is that Anefa handing out food for the Frostmoon Scions? Hello there, would you like a feast of the moon along with some snacks of the day? Night and day. So, oh, what's new enough? It was only a few days ago when I saw you, but it looks like you've joined the Frostmoon Scions in that time. And I know too. What are you talking about, Paul? We're just here to help. Duh. In the wake of the disaster, it's all hands on deck. We respond to Lama's request for support. At times like these, the smallest good deed can inspire others and help them through the hard days ahead. And we're using eggs and heating tubes to make that a reality and true cream cake craft shop style. Great work, I know. What I miss? Lama-san.
一度きりでない小さな善意の行いが人々の心を励まし、共に困難を乗り越えるための糧となるのだとおっしゃっていました。
If there was nothing left to steal from the other game, is there a rhythm game in Lua yet? Nefa, did you hear that? Traveler said, good travel. Aww. Aww. It's because it's true. I know proposal if you can resist eating today's dessert. Provide you with compliments too. Somehow I don't think that'll work. No way. Well, that proposal got shot down quickly. But I need something to get me through the hard times too, you know. Mama. Yes, dear, go right ahead. Uh-huh. Excuse me, could I take a photo with the robot lady? In what sense? What do you mean like D&D? She helped us get safely out of Nodquest, she helped us get back home too. She's the best. She's a hero. Yeah, of course she is, and since I'm the whiz kid who built her, that means it makes me even better than best, right? Well, don't push her luck. Aw. Oh, but you stole my snacks. Exactly. Still a dumb child. Oops. Shall we move to the open space near the center? The view there is better. I'll take the picture. Thank you. Arigato. And aren't you the better pick for this job, Twins? What job? As in, just the life point. There's a life point system. You underestimate yourself yet again, Master. I think a lot of people have a weird concept of what D&D is. I say this as someone who used to run a lot of D&D for other people. Not at all. I rarely come by Nashitel. I don't know any of the big shots here.
各勢力の方々とあまり面識がないんです。
Oh, and good time socializing is a step-by-step journey. He just doesn't want to work. But you're much further ahead on that road, aren't you? You're not seeing the full picture. You know the truth, not my friends do not understand my habits. There is no question about it, the Lightkeepers need a representative in the League. Someone who is upright, cares about other people, can realize their self-worth through group action. You say it like you wouldn't make the cut. Well, you got the turtleneck. I am most flattered that you think I would. Sigh. Sigh a little less, Master Iluga, and have more faith in yourself. All the Lightkeepers agree that you're a very promising young man. That is precisely why the Master Lightkeeper Nikita felt safe delegating such important work to you. Flattery to avoid work. I apologize that I won't be much help. I don't play that game. Unfortunately. I'm sure we all also agree that we would sooner die of dehydration than to wrangle anything out of you in a discussion. Well, my apologies, I'm not in the habit of bringing water with me when I go out. That's what they meant for sure. Whatever, I'll take the job. By the way, who else is part of this?
ちなみに連合会にはどういう人々が参加しているんですか?
Oh, it's quite the who's who of Notcry. There's the Moonshiner, the Grosvenor Sons, the boss of the Curatorium Secrets, representative of the Voynich Guild, and even someone from the adorable Krumke Collection. Kurumukake Kobo. Let's see. The guild, wouldn't that just be Nefer again? Sure, you'll find speaking with them to be a genuine pleasure. If you say so, I've never done this work before, so I'm honestly a little scared of making mistakes. But I'll do it. Not only is it our duty as lightkeepers, but because I want to make Notcry a more welcoming place. An admirable attitude to take. The beacons are a wit, Ilga. They're but one step away from breaking through the blizzard. Do they have Slifer the Sky Dragon? We have the chance to band together and build our shared homeland into an Elysium. It's unprecedented for Notcry, an opportunity not to be missed. Yeah, you're right. I'll do my best. So this Quite a few familiar faces have arrived. Let's go shout. Tattoo. These kids. As the robot. You look so cool when you fly, Miss Robot, and when you use your spear too. It's not even a spear, it's a buzzsaw on a stick. And even though you took my snacks, it's pretty cool they could build stuff like this. You got so many inventions, it's amazing. I know. Awuga is on the New Viet / Jibai banner. The other ones on there are Aino and Goro. Also, Micah, we need to go now. 1 second. Please take this Feast of the Moon as well as some snacks. Share them with your mother and your lovely family. You shall need those. Oh, and they already went. Okay. We have to go to the central plaza here. The moon has returned to its homeland. Under its silver glow, Notcry will set forth toward a bright new tomorrow. Welcome Moon's homecoming. Hi. Dem boys. Well, everyone's here. You seem well rested. I know no one's asked, but I'm sure you all want to know. So let me just say, we're doing great, thanks. Well, great, but not perfect. I'm starting to lose my mind from boredom. Can't drink a drop of alcohol. I'm waiting for my wounds to heal. I'm sure you had a sneaky swig or two. Wait, how'd you find out? I'm sure you must be missing Mondstadt after all these years away, Grandmaster. Yeah, you can say that again. Every time I get news from Mondstadt, it makes me want to go back and see the place for myself. Honestly, once things are wrapped up here, I think it'll be time to head back home. Dorman Port. Hey, looks like someone's taking the stage. Can everyone see okay? Anyone need a boost? The short boys. Yeah, exactly. Oh, just listen from the back, it's fine. Just hover, you have wings. Wait, you can't fly, oops. Lame. You're taking this pretty seriously, huh, Durin? Well, it's not every day I get the chance to see how people speak in official settings. Still learning? Soak it up like a sponge. I'll make sure you get a chance to practice for yourself later down the line. Actually, I know just the thing. You can debrief the Knights of Avonius for me. First Mika, now him.
ファルカさん、
Varka, are you forgetting that
忘れ
I'm
て
not a
るか
Knight
も
of
しれないけど、
Avonius?
僕はセピロス騎士ですらないんだよ。
構わん。
Yeah, I can knight you any particular title you'd like.
どんな称号が
Exactly.
いい？
Is he joking? I really can't tell.
冗談なのかな。
考えてみるといい。
You'll have to figure this one out for yourself. It'll be a good learning experience.
冗談なのかな。
冗談なのかな。
本気なのかな。
Void Guild.
この度
It is my honor to host the opening ceremony for the week.
さらにボイニ
To
ッチ
have
商
this
会の
opportunity
連
to
合
speak
会
to
代
you
表を
all in my
務めることになりました
capacity as Void Guild
タルノです
representative. And he is
大役の
the
任命大変光栄です
souvenir shop guy.
この方も
Could this person also been pushed onto the big stage by the real big shots? Guess I'm not the only one then.
同じような立場の方は他にもいらっしゃるみたいだな。
我々は
We've come here today, having weathered the trials and hardship of yesterday,
そ
having
こ
learned
から
from the
団結
importance
と
of
協
unity
力の
and
大切さを学び
cooperation.
ました
Alright, here we go. Oh, looks like Ida's off in dreamland already. Boss looking kinda drowsy too. What's up with her?
あれ姉さんまで眠そうな顔
Sleeping. Come on, get this speech over with already.
ナドクライは
Not
我々
Cry
の
is our
故郷であ
home,
り
the land we rely on for
我
survival.
々がその身を
As we
預け
chart a
る巨大
course
な
for
船
the
です
future, may we persevere through the storms ahead as we sail towards a new era of prosperity,
繁栄と
freedom, and hope.
自由と希望の地へ我々を導いてくれることを願っております
And Ilwaga's just over here if you turn off crowds. The NPCs go, he's just there by himself. Shows you how much of a screw job Flynn's put on him. Oh. See ya.
これからは
Looks like we'll have more opportunities to travel in the future.
英月氏様は
I'm
足
sure
が
you'll cope,
速
Lady
いのだ。
Moonshiner, given how fleet
行
of
きたい
foot
場
you
所に
are.
行けばいいじゃないか。
Can turn into a deer.
残念だけど、
Unfortunately, I suppose I'll suspect I'll be too busy at the Curatorium to act as your
他国と
host.
のコネクション
We
の
have a
維持
busy
もある
schedule,
から
not to
ね。
mention an international network of
毎回あ
contacts
ん
to
たの相手を
manage.
してあげられるとは限らない。
構わぬ
It'll be alright, I'll just check your schedule with Yahoda well in
予定を確認して
advance.
から
If she's not
尋ねれば
available, I
い
can
いし。
simply ask Ashru.
ヤホダさんがおらぬときはアシュルに聞くゆえ
あんたね。私
Oh,
の
so
スタッ
giving
フ
my
に仕
employees
事を
extra
押し付け
workload
る
isn't
だけじゃ
enough for
飽
you.
き
You're
足
really
ら
gonna
ず。
drag my cat into
人
this
様の
too.
猫まで巻き込むつもりか。
Does Llama can't talk to the cat?
仕事を増やすのは
I
そな
thought
た
you'd
も
approve,
同
aren't
じ
you
である
forever increasing your employees' workloads?
ずいぶんと力
Oh,
の
that's a
こもっ
bold
た口調
statement.
だ
Are all the
ね。
Frostmoon Saints being more
原神
audacious
様
now
が
that
帰
your
還
moon
したか
goddess
ら
has returned?
蒼月の子も強気になったのかい？
コロンビーナさんの
Columbina's
帰還
return has brought joy to all
彼
who
女
care
を
about
思う
her.
者
That
たち
includes
す
both
べて
you
を
and
喜
me.
ばせた私たちもその一人だ今の蒼
As
月
for
の
the
子は
Frostmoon Sons, we're learning how to live
月神
independently
に
without
頼ること
relying
な
on
く
the
生
moon
きる術
goddess.
を学んでおる自ら
It
の
is
足
up
で
to us to
歩み
make our home a more
故
livable
郷をより
place.
住みやすい場所に
Joining
変
the
えてい
League
く
is one of the steps we are
連
trying
合
towards
会
that
への参
end.
加もそうした考えのもとで行った試みの一
She's
つ
looking
だ
at the camera. What are you looking at, Nefer? I don't like
試
that
みって
face.
言葉。私は
I
好
like
き
the
だ
word
よ。
try. It's nice and non-committal. You can opt out at any time and still say you
柔軟
tried.
な言葉だからね。
You tried.
ふむ
Oh, you don't see a
So
bright
it's in
future for the
Columbina
Frostmoon
and
Sons, or
Shinji
did you
to
mean the
Urano.
League?
それとも連合会をか
ただあんた
I'm
ほ
just
ど
not as
楽観的じゃ
optimistic
ない
as
だ
you.
けさ。蒼月の
The
子の人
Frostmoon
たちは
Sons should count themselves
あんた
lucky
み
that
た
they
い
have
な
a
頑
leader
固
as
で
stubborn
向
and
上心のある
enterprising
指
as
導者
you.
がいることに感謝すべきだね。だけどね、などくらい全体を見渡せばいろんな連中がいる。人に従うのを好まない、正論に耳を貸そうとしない奴らもいる。
But Nautica is a big place with all kinds of people. Most of them don't enjoy answering to a leader or even listening to reason.
そな
That's
た
where
に
you and
必
your
要なのか
methods come in. Violence.
まさか
Unless the
自
Curatorium
分の
of Secrets is
館
only
の
here
参加
for
は
appearances.
形だけのものだったというのか
今のと
For
こ
now,
ろ
yes, and that won't change
十
until this
分な
adventure
見
becomes
返り
worth
が
my
認めない
while.
限りはね。
今はいたほ
What
ど
would
だ
make it worth your while?
まあ、
Getting out more than
なん
I
とか
put in.
元は
Right now,
取れ
I
るって
barely
とこ
break
ろか
even.
ね。
but I'll grant that it's a good
でも
start for Nodcry.
などくらいにとっていいスタートを切れたってことだけは認めてもいい。
では
And maybe it's worth a try.
そなたも試みてみるがよい。
はいはい。
Alright, you can stop now, or do I have to join the Frostman Signs before you'll get off my back?
いっそ私が蒼月の子に入ってやろうか。
You'd be very welcome to join us. Hey, you two, congrats on all your hard work. What are you chatting about?
ネフェルは
Nefer was trying to dissuade me from adding to Rimboy's workload. Also, she's considering joining the Frostman Scions. Not true. Sorry, what? Yeah. Hey, your conversations are always the most interesting, Nicole. Jump scare.
お二人とも
Would you two care to join me for some tea before heading to your next
お茶でも
destination?
いかが？
Oh, Fashion Woman is over there. Nicole, wait, where are you? Aren't you gonna show up today? Look at these sparkles.
あら、
Sadly not, I'm otherwise occupied right now. I'm sorry, Palma. I can hear how disappointed you are.
今は手が離せないの。でもね、
If it's any consolation, let me say that how things appear on the surface is a far cry from what they are at their core.
本質から最も
What
遠
about
い
a nod
存在だというわ。だからあなた
Perhaps
も
you'll feel better if you focus on the fact that you have a special line of communication with the Great
偉
Witch
大なる魔
herself.
女から特別な連絡があったってこと自体に意識を向けた方がいいわ。
Okay, has something happened?
そうだな。いいえ、
No, or not yet
今の
anyway.
ところは。
Hmm.
そうだな。何かあったのか？
Nanika atonoka?
あ
Well, that's not ominous at all. Is there something we should be watching out for?
今のところ
Not for the time
ない
being.
わ。単なる定
Just
期
think
連
of this
絡
as
だ
a
と思
general
ってちょうだ
check-in
い
to make sure this communication system is still running smoothly.
円滑だって
Besides,
こ
it's
とを
good to
確
chat
認
once
し
in
て
a while if we want to maintain
絆
our
を深
friendship.
めるきっかけになるでしょ。
Well, you could have just said so. Palma got all worked up for nothing.
ちょっとドキドキしちゃったぞ。でも
Still, the best friendships are built through face-to-face
やっぱり直
interaction,
接
you
会った
know.
方がいいだろ。まるでオイラたちが独り言を言いながらお茶を飲んでるみたいじゃないか。
It's never gonna stop being weird having tea with you when you're not there and just talking to
そう
thin
ね。
air. Right, fair point. I'll bear that in mind for
前者
next
するわ。
time. What if I ask what's keeping you occupied?
うんうん。
Yeah, any update on
世
that
界の
crisis
境
at the
界の
world's
災害はどう
borders?
なってるんだ？
Because of Dottore.
ちょうどアリ
Now
ス
it's
から
just
連
informed
絡
me
があ
that
っ
they
た
have their
わ。
work cut out for them and now
みんな
everyone's
ヘトヘト
thoroughly
だけど、
exhausted. They did finally get things back
なんとか収束した
under
そうよ。
control, still we can't let our guard down
でも
yet.
油断はできないわね。今回の災
The
害による
disruption
混
caused by
乱
this
で
disaster has made Tibet easier to detect from the
宇
outside
宙からより
universe
観測されやすくなっ
when
てしま
before
っ
we
た
had
わ。
the firmament.
状況が
She
落ち
plans
着
to
い
wait
た
for
ら
things to stabilize and
改めて
reschedule her
モンド
Mondstadt
での休暇計
vacation
画を立て直
plans.
すつもりだそうよ。
As in, go to Mondstadt more
私
quickly.
はカサ
The
ッチの意見に
Abyss is
賛成ね。
focusing on it, as Venti said
変数が
last
次々
patch.
と
So
現
may
れ、
I agree with Kasachi's Scar's perspective. This is a time when many new
状況が刻一刻と変化していく。
variables are emerging.
しかも
Situation is changing
その変
constantly.
化のほ
As
とん
many
ど
of
は
most of this
いいも
change
の
is
と
for
は
the
言えない。
worse.
静かなる炎
We
が
have to remain
くすぶ
vigilant
り
and
続け
ensure
な
that
い
the
よ。
embers of chaos are not
慎重な心
rekindled.
で世界を見守り続けることが大切よ。 私
Let
は
me see.
カサッチの意見に賛成ね。変数が次々と現れ、状況が刻一刻と変化していく。
Okay.
しかも、その変化のほとんどはいいものとは言えない。そういう時期なのよ。
Let me see.
私も
I did notice that the energy in Nodquite changed somewhat after the War of Funerary Flame. Since it was still aligned with the Light Realm, I never gave it a second thought.
それらはすべて公開の力に属するものだからと
That again
気に
was
しないようにしてい
Columbina
たし、
scattering herself into
口に
Moon
出し
Tower.
もしなかったわ。これからは
So it looks like I'll have to examine the connections between phenomena I observe more
現
closely
象
in
の
the
つな
future.
がりについても
Sounds
考
like you've got a lot
え
on
る
your
必要
plate.
がありそうだけどね。これは
Just
責
doing
務
my
だか
duty,
ら、
it's more or less second nature
も
by
はや
now.
本能のようなものよ。
Of course, to give you the full picture, I'd have to start with the substance from which angels were formed. And what is that? Please tell us, actually. Huh, never mind. Papa's right, showing off my knowledge would be much more satisfying in person. Okay, tease.
やっぱり直接自慢する方が達成感があるし。そうそう。
By the way, you did receive the gifts from the Hexen's Oracle. Yes, I'm not trying to claim credit or anything, but my pride demands that I at least mention it.
受け取ってくれたわよね。アリスがドリーに
They're
あ
quite
げた
similar
も
to
の
the
と似てい
protective
るけど、
talisman that Alice gave Dory, but
今
with some
回
very
はその
special
改良版。
enhancements.
特製のお守りよ。
Oh, so that's what kept our friends safe when Dottore trapped
操
them.
られてた奴らが無事だったのって、あれに守られてたからなのか？その通りよ。
Indeed, we went to great lengths to make sure they were
相手に気づ
invisible
かれ
to
ない
his
よう
eyes.
苦労して
I see.
目に見え
Thank
ない
you.
姿に仕上げたの。
Huh, I'm so happy they came in
No,
handy.
that's
Still not
just-
fishing for gratitude, by the way.
Nemo,
When you'd be aware that
お礼を
sometimes
言
your
ってもらう
friends may
た
be
めに
protecting
話し
you
た
in
わけ
ways
じ
you
ゃないわ。
cannot perceive.
仲間っていうのは、時に見えない場所でもあなたたちを守っている。そう伝えたかったのよ。とにかく、
Anyway, I'll contact you if
新しい
anything
状
else
況が分
crops
かり
up.
次
If
第、
not, you know what
ま
they
た
say.
連
No
絡する
news
わ。
is good news.
頼りのないのは良い頼りと思っておいて。ほら、
Oh, my angelic instincts are
天の
tingling, they
使いと
say,
しての
to
本能が
guide
知ら
the
せている。
Sealy.
埠頭へ
You
向
should
か
head
う
to
時
the
間よ。
docks next. Your friends are about to board their ship home.
お友達が帰ってしまうわ。
Okay. Sailing toward tomorrow. Head to the port and look for your companions. That's kind of far. That's fine. And it... Still gotta wait for that. Big ladder. Still in a focus experience mode. Not that it makes much difference at this point. And yeah. Over here then. Let's just take that. Sure, why not? Money. I'm just standing. Hi.
来たね。
You're here, Kitane.
あれ、
You're two here, Kasachi? Are you heading back together?
お前ら一緒に帰るのかよ。
いいや。
No, I'm bound for
僕は
Sumeru and
スメ
she
ール。
for Fontaine. Just happened to
彼女は
cross paths at the
フォンテーヌへ向かう。
harbor. Where you're holding up has your core.
港で大丈夫だ。
He's a potato. Everything seems fine. Sandra may have an abominable temper. She's always been very responsible with important calculations and things entrusted her by valued friends.
いつも完璧にこ
So
なすか
who's
ら
that in context? Let me see.
いいや。僕
いや
はスメールへ。彼女はフォンテーヌへ向かう。港で偶然会っただけだ。
Okay.
君は
Well, I
私た
speak
ちの
as if you
こと
know
を
us
よく知って
inside
い
out,
るようだね。
Mr. Guy.
人を見る
Maybe
目が
I'm
ある
just a
だ
good
けじゃ
judge
ない
of
か。
character. Not really.
そう願
I certainly hope that's all there is to it.
う。いずれにせよ、
Regardless, you've been a significant help in this
私
matter.
た
For
ち
that, you
を
have
助
my
けてくれたこと
gratitude.
は確かだ。感謝する。
Conscious to do.
いいや、
No, I didn't do anything
大したこ
special.
とはしていない。あの不
So
可能
Jordan
に
is the one who
近い
completed a
術式
seemingly
を完
impossible
成させ
formula and turned the entire
戦
battle,
局を変え、
even giving her life in the
すべ
process.
てを捧
She
げ
is
た
the
の
one
は
who should be thinking.
サンドローネだ。
Dot, dot, dot.
私たち
Even we
の
were
最新
unaware that Sandrone hidden the real form
Sandrone
inside Polonia's
術
body.
式をプロニアの体の中に隠していたとはね。
She managed to fool Dottore into thinking the formula was running in her system by installing identical
同じ
looking
見た目
decoy
のおとり
within
ま
her.
で仕込んでいた。きっと
She probably realized that she didn't
た
have the
とえ
strength to
自分が
stop
ドットーレを止
Dottore.
められなくても、奴の警戒を解こ
But
う
this way she could always get lower his
最初から
guard.
思っていたんだろう。
Yeah, she always worked like that, always had
常
a
に
backup
次の一
plan.
手を考えていたんだ。実に彼女らしい。
What will happen to her body? Well, that's when traveling to Fontaine, she made a request to me long ago,
サ
and
ン
the
ドロー
time
ネ
has
か
come
ら
to
随分
fulfill
前
it.
に頼まれ
Think
て
of
い
it
た
as
こ
her
とを
will.
果たすためだ。遺言のようなものだね。
What was the request? She said that should she ever fail in a mission,
彼女とプロ
she'd
ニア
like me to
の
deliver her core in
フォンテーヌ
Polonius
科
to the
学院に
Fontaine
送り
Research
届けてほ
Institute.
しい。
She also mentioned that she had made arrangements for people there to set her affairs in order. Some of her personal effects, such as her notes, were left to me. I've decided to take them back to the House of the Heart for safekeeping primarily, but also as mementos, I suppose. However, there is one book among them that I'd like to leave in your care. I'll send it over to your residence at the flagship at a later date. Does Columbina know about this? No, I was specifically warned not to tell her. This is her last wish, and I will abide by it. It's also some kind of backup plan. Plan to protect it? I can only hope so, but none of us here can know for certain. I bade farewell to Columbina earlier today, as I promised she turned the iridescent moon's mirror over to me. So powered up Arla. She spent a long time with Sandroni's body, saying her goodbyes. Is she alright? Sandroni's passing has left a great wound in all of our hearts. It will take time to heal. And this is the sad Fontaine music, because we got Fontaine and Fontaine. The Columbina surprised me. She offered some words of comfort before I departed. Despite being grief-stricken herself, she showed an awareness of the feelings of others around her. She never used to act like this. Clearly, she has grown. I suspect that we have you to thank for much of the change we are seeing in her. Selenic Chronicles. It's a group effort by all of her friends. And after these recent events, the Swords has revoked the Pale Star Edict. This is now I now realize that the arrest warrant for Columbina was just approved by Dottore, who coveted her powers. I shall return to Nodcra to see her as soon as I find the time. Hope that from now on she too will explore more of the world. Columbino Hyposelenia's journey is only beginning. Song of the Welkin Moon. My ship is here. Fune ga kita yo na? Fontaine. Sailor outfit. Traveler Paman, we shall meet again. You too, hat guy. Again, when is the truth gonna come out? What are you still bumming around for? Isn't Columbina waiting for you? Thought today was the day you would agreed with her to go find out the truth about your sibling. I'm a little nervous. You're afraid you won't like the truth when you see it. Oh, well, this is new. I was starting to think that nothing could scare you. Don't say that. Wouldn't you be if you were in this situation? I say fair point, but I'd say I have more experience facing up to unpleasant truths than the traveler. My mother. I say blood's thicker than water. I know how much you need your family back, more than you need any of your friends. So that all of your real friends understand that too. No matter what the truth turns out to be, they will stick by you and support you whatever decision you make. Finding the truth is important, but more important still is what you choose to do once you've found it. Hat guy. At least that's the life lesson I've learned from my experience of grappling with the truth. You feel better now than you used to. Well, now that Dottore is dead and gone, a little I guess, but it hasn't solved everything. Maybe I regret not getting to end his life with my own hands, or maybe it's something else. But for whatever reason, I still feel like I have a chip on my shoulder. Because he's not dead yet. That Dottore-eyed wizard at the very
そし
start.
て過去に残した様々な問
He
題
did
を
say he
解決
preferred
す
to
るた
flee
め
than die.
暗草なりデビのサポートをしていくつもりだ
The way I'm going back to Sumeru, Hida is going to need help dealing with all the chaos Dottore left in his wake, not just from this incident, but everything he did in
君
the
も
past
今まで
too.
通り
Should continue with your
自分
journey
の
as you've
旅を
always
続けれ
done.
ばいいさ
Who knows, maybe we'll meet again someplace
また
else.
別の場所で会えるかもしれないね
Okay. That's cool.
なあ
So what should we do now? If you want to explore a bit more to study those nerves, Paul's game.
もうちょっと一緒に散歩してやってもいいぞだって
After all, when Columbina said she knew where your ship was hidden, Paimon promised to give you two some alone time with the
オイ
truth.
ラは邪魔しないでお前が真実を確かめるのを見守るって約束したからな
And... Interesting.
やっと合流できたのに
It hasn't been all that long since your last departure, but with Columbina there, Paimon sure things will be just dandy.
でも
Paimon,
コロ
thank
ンビ
you.
ーナが一緒だから心配してないぞ
Hey, no biggie. Paimon might be all about that food and fun. She knows how
食
to
べ
do
ること
right
と
by
遊ぶ
people.
ことしか考えてないって思われてるかもしれないけどいざって時はちゃんと空気読めるんだぞお前も
Paimon, sure you'd prefer to digest the news about your sister in
妹
peace.
さんのことをゆっくり考えたいだろでももし
But no matter what you see, just know you can share with Paimon, of course, as long as it's not super private.
プライベートすぎない情報だったらオイラに教えてくれてもいいんだぞ
If you can't make sense of something, let's give it some thought together. And if we both can't figure it out, Paimon can always treat you to a nice meal. Well, I refuse you, Paimon, best companion after all.
美味し
Cute.
いもので慰めてやるぞ
Hey, glad to hear
それを
it.
分かってくれてるなら言うことないぜ気分は
Feel
マ
better
シにな
now?
ったか
It's much better, all thanks to you, Paimon. Alrighty, next up, time to meet with Columbina.
コロンビーナと約束した場所に行こうぜ
As promised. And meet up with Columbina, who is far away. Very far away. Oh, by the statue. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, and as soon as we teleport there. It's you!
コロンビーナ
Columbina, we're
オイ
here.
ラたち来たぞなんか
Can't quite believe we're
新鮮
meeting
だよ
out
な
here. We've gotten used to walking over to
い
Silvermoon
つも
Hall
通り
whenever we
近
go
日の
see you.
庭に行きそうになったぜ
Yeah, we're
これ
still
から
welcome to
も
go there
私
whenever
に
you
会い
want to
た
see
くなっ
me.
たら来てくれていいよただ
It's just now that's all over, I decided to make some changes, try and fit in with the Frostwind sounds like Llama suggested. How's that been
ラ
going?
ウマが言うように蒼月の子の一員として溶け込みたいと思ってる
Oh, the older generation is still timid around me. They don't dare to get too
まだ
close, and they bow
私
their
に
heads
近
when I
づく
walk
のを
by.
怖がってるみたい 私が通りかかると今でも頭を下げてくるよでも
But things are much better with the children. I see more curiosity in their
好奇
eyes.
心に満ちた目で見てくれるの
Freaktar.
次の季
Hopefully
節
by
の
the time
夜が
next
来
Moon
る
Prayer
頃
night
に
comes
は
around, I can enjoy the festival of them as myself and I have to pretend I'm only dressed up as the
み
moon
ん
gods.
なと一緒に遊べるようになってるかもしれない
You'll do fine, Columbina. I'm sure they'll realize you're super nice once they get to know you better.
コロンビーナがすっ
Aw.
ごく魅力的だってわかるはずだぞ最初は私
You
の
really
こ
think so?
と
When we first met, you thought I
ふ
was a
わ
little
っと
up
して
in
る
the
とか
clouds.
言ってたのにね
How do you hear that?
そう
We were just starting out on Come on, so Llama
最初
told
の
you,
頃の
huh?
話だろ
Yeah.
ラウマがお前にチクったのか
I'm only teasing now if you to thank for pulling me back down to
みんな
solid
が
ground.
私を連れ戻してくれたんでしょ今の
Feels
私
good to
は
finally stand firm on the
私
earth
を
where I
育
was
ててくれ
born.
た大地にしっかりと立っているこの感覚が好きなの
Oh, that's
ならよか
great.
ったぜ
And there's the card. You can have this back now.
ありがとう
Thank you. I'll make sure not to lose it this
も
time.
う
Because it did
なくしたり
get
しないから
dropped. And when Dottore kidnapped,
さて
well, tried to kidnap her
準備
originally.
はいい
Then are you ready?
ホタル
Mumin, what happened to
あ
our
の時
spaceship back then?
宇宙
Why did you
船で一
leave?
体何が起きたんだどうして去ってしまったんだやっと
It's time to learn the truth
真
at
実を知る
last.
時が来た
Ready as I'll
準
ever
備は
be.
できてる
Junri wa dekiteru? Good, then let me open the
Ja.
way for you.
トンネルを開くね
Hmm. Dot dot dot.
これ
Where does this
一
lead?
体どこに続いてるんだ？私と
To
旅
our
人の
shared
共
destination.
通の目的地だよ。
Huh.
覚えてる？
You remember me telling you about my missing prologue back when we just met? Said my story began on the moon.
そこで序章が失われたって言ったこと。でも
But while I was inside the moon's reflection, I realized that my prologue was really hidden in the future. Just had yet to
本当の
discover
序
it
章
at
が
that
失われ
place.
たのは未来だった。
Flowing back and forth. Time is weird.
私が生
The
ま
story
れ
of
る
the
前の
time
物
before
語
I was born
は
was in fact the story of my distant
実は
future. It's
はる
really
か未来の
fascinating.
私の物語だったの。
'Cause it's all
不
reversed.
思議でしょ？
Mysterious. Not
三月の
fascinating, she
力を得
said.
て
But when I obtained the Trilunar Authority and returned to our present reality,
思
since
い
something
が
I
け
hadn't
ず月で
expected. Your
君の
prologue.
序章を感じた。
Hmm.
それって、
So you mean...
うん、
Yes, your spaceship. All this time has been hidden on the frost
ず
moon.
っと
Shall
空
I
に
be
あ
on
る
the
草月に
sky?
隠されて
What,
た
but
の。
why? Who could have done this?
あの皇
The
帝
great
の
ruler of
主
the firmament, the
Tenri
heavenly
だよ。
principles.
天理だって
Wait, Tenri, heavenly principles, them. Why would they do that?
わから
I
ない
don't know, perhaps your ship contains some that is
君の宇宙船には
incompatible with Teyvat,
テイワッ
or
ト
some
が
that
受け入れ
cannot
ら
be
れない
known.
うんうん、
Hmm.
人々に知られちゃいけない何かがあったのかもしれない。
Da da da.
と
Oh, did I pick a bad time to see this? I know it must have been hard to
せっ
work
か
up
く
the
勇気を振り
courage
絞
to
ってくれたの
do
に
this.
言うタイミングが悪かったのかな。月まで行ってし
Maybe
ま
I
って
should have waited until we were on the
もう
moon
後
and
戻
no
りで
chance
き
to
なく
back
なって
out.
から言うべきだっ
Tricky.
たのかな。
Oh, that would have been kind of mean, you
それ
know.
じゃ意地悪すぎるだろ
And
連れて行ってほしい。
take me there.
え
Oh,
宇宙船に隠されているものが
whatever is
何であれ
hiding in that ship belongs to me
それ
and
は俺
Wumi,
と
whose
蛍の
memories
問
belong
題
to us.
俺たちの思い出なんだ。俺が知るべきかど
No
う
one
か
has the
を
right
決
to
められ
decide
るの
whether
は
I should or shouldn't
Ore
know
dake da.
about it, not even the heavenly
Tenri じゃない。
principles.
わかった。
Very well, then let's
じ
go.
ゃあ行こう。
Jaiko. You two take care, alright, and don't forget to come back soon.
気をつけていけよ。早く。うん
Rest assured, Paman, we will travel after you.
旅人
You're such a
先に行
gentleman.
って
Saki ni itte.
じゃあ気をつけていけよ。早く帰ってこいよな。
Da da da.
月
To
に
the
はどんな
moon.
物語が
Think
隠
about the
さ
story
れ
that
て
we'll
いる
find
のか
hidden on
な
the。moon.
いい結末の
Yes, and
物語
hoping
だ
that
と
it
い
has
い
a
んだけ
happy
ど
ending.
そんな物語はないよ。
Stories like that don't exist, you know.
いい結
You
末じゃ
don't
ない
believe in
って
happy
こと
endings.
結末
I
な
don't
ん
believe in
てない。
endings. Ah. Easy for an immortal to say.
これって
Where am I?
これは
So let's go on this
テイ
pathway
ワ
I
ッ
built
ト
between
と
Teyvat
草
and the
月の
Frost
間
Moon.
に
It is very
私
far
が
away
作り
from
上
us,
げ
so
た
it could
ト
be
ン
a
ネル。
long journey. Can't jump
月
or
は
tag.
私たちから遠く離れて
Go
るか
to
ら
the moon.
少し時間がかかるかも。
Hmm. Start walking? Kinda stuck behind you. Yeah. Go to the moon.
三月の力
After
を
I
得て
obtained
か
the
ら
Trilunar Authority,
私は
unwittingly saw
図らず
past
も
events from many of
多
my
くの
friends'
友達の
lives.
過去を見ることになったの。ラウマは
One was
幼
Lama.
い
She
頃
was so
から
young when they chose her to be the
次の
moon
英
chanter.
月史に選ば
Then
れ
on,
て
the
た。
Frost Moon Signs looked to her bring messages from their
そうですの子は
goddess.
ラウマが月神の信託を伝えてくれると期待
Little
していた
Lama.
の。
Aw.
でも
But for better or worse, I left Hisi Island before she was ever
私は
born.
ラウマが
It's
生ま
not
れ
until
るよ
much,
り
much
も前
later
に
that she met me.
ヒーシ島を去っていた。つい最近まで一度も会ったことがなかった。
だからこそ
I think it's for the best because the way things turned out, you had the opportunity to become friends.
うん、
You're right,
そ
in
の
that
意味
sense,
で
I
は
think we were both
私
very
たち
lucky.
は幸運だった。
Catching up, and it's Sandy. just keep walking. Oh, Nicole.
それと
That's cool. Oh, and about
あ
that
の魔女
witch,
ミコ
Nicole.
さん
Not a mage, a
後に
witch.
なって知っ
Oh,
た
we
んだ
recently
け
learned
ど
that she has lived in Tibet since
彼
the
女
time of
は
the Three Moon
月の
Sisters.
三女神がまだ存在していた頃からテイワットに暮らしてたみたい。天の使い
Aye,
と
the Moon Goddess
月
has
神の
always had a
仲
good
は
relationship with
昔
the
から良かっ
angels,
たから
as our friendship continues that
私たち
tradition.
の関係も
And no
そ
reason
の
to
友好
go
の伝
back.
統を受け継いでるって
The
言えるのかもしれ
angels.
ないね。
So they're pre to that angels are it's not gonna stop me, is it? I can go back to the llama portion. It's just what would the point be? Yeah, it's just map space. So yeah. Okay. Everyone's past events. Can't sprint, just kind of run. But and it's a remix of the Bina theme again. They did a really good job with the leitmotif usage. And it's Sandy with old Elaine.
それから
Polonier.
サンドロ
And
ー
then
メは
there's Sandrone.
機械以降に
I
作
never
られ
knew
た
that
っ
much
てこ
about
と
her
以
beyond
外
the fact that she was created
過去
something
に
called
つい
the
ては
Word
何も知らな
Artificer.
かった。ファデュイに来る前も
She too suffered for
彼
a
女は
long time
決して
before
幸
joining
せ
the
とは言え
Dottore.
ない日々を過ごしてたみたい。
Under what circumstances did she join them? Oh, presumably waiting for Elaine to die. Yeah.
もう一度彼女と
I
話
wish I
が
could
した
talk
い。
to her again, even if only to hear her say nasty
Dottore.
things to me.
どんな悪態をつかれて
I
も
was not expecting her to just stop and turn. That got a few tears out of me. Are they gonna have a Yuri kiss when she comes
そ
back?
して
Also, I saw your sibling story. Da, da, da. Oh, and
私
it's
に見えたことは
this
少
is the
なかっ
quest from
た。
back in 1.x.
彼女
On the
は地
overlook
上に
in
は
Stormterror's Island, Fred didn't see much. Seems that she really came to the surface where the
めっ
moonlight
たに来ない
shines.
みたい。
So it's what the moons could
でも
see.
気づいたの。
Surveillance, giant
君
cameras.
が旅に出た
I
ばか
did
り
notice
の
that back when
頃
you first set out on your trip
彼
looking
女は
at
よ
us
く
off in the pier
君の
nearby.
近くに現
They
れ
visit you
て
from
は
afar with a guilty
遠
look
く
in
か
her
ら心配
eyes.
そうに申し訳なさそうな眼差しを向けてた。
Hotaru.
過去の物語は
And
こ
to
こ
speak
ま
no
で。
more of the past, I probably shouldn't
友
reveal so
達
much
の
about
プ
my
ライバ
friends.
シー
It's
を
not my
これ以
place.
上話すわけにはいかないから。月光に
Well, the
私
moonlight
たちを
carries
運
force.
んでもら
We
お
are
う。
very close now.
もう月まであと少しだから。
And this water. We can go kind of back and forth now. And this gigantic flower. A boat! Boat to the moon.
ゆくゆくは
After this, I'd like to bring some
窓
moon
くらい
spirits
の
to the moon
月
as
霊た
well.
ちも
They're willing, of
月に連れ
course.
て行けたらなって思ってる。
It is kind of their place,
Mochiron.
right?
みんなが望むならだけど
Can follow this path.
他の
in.
友
What
達
about
も
your
好き
other
に招待
friends?
す
Will
る
you bring them to visit too? It's a long
Mochiron.
quest. Certainly, we'll need to tidy the place up first. This home
もう
hasn't
一つ
received
の
any
家を
guests in a
整
long,
理し
long
ないと。
time. I have to sit
随分
down.
長いことお客さんを迎えてなかったからね。
It's cute. I remember writing something similar to you on Moon Prairie Night. Yeah.
こんなのに乗ったね。確
I
か
believe it was
トド
called
のぐるぐる大冒
Dodeka's
険
Whirly Gig.
そうそれ
So that was it.
あの時
He asked me if I was
月
afraid
に
to
戻
return
る
to
こ
the
と
moon,
が
and I said
怖
that
く
I
ないかっ
was.
て聞か
I
れ
did that I
て
gained something precious only to lose it so quickly, and that frightened me.
せっかく手に入れた大切なものをすぐに失うことになるのが怖かったの。
It's
でも
cute. But I'm not afraid anymore. Besides, this time we're traveling together.
それに
Aw.
今度は私と一緒に行ってくれるんだもの。
You know, comparing what they did with Dottore to comparing what they did to Bina, the big reason why it worked better this time is because Columbina is still allowed to have relationships and conversations with other characters. Because I wonder what happened with the writing to establish that. Because it really felt like an abrupt break where after 5.2, from 5.3 onwards, when she had her big moments. And I guess you could say that it was meant to add another dimension, but it felt very directed. How in 6.1 and 6.2, 5.1 and 5.2, you know, being Ororon's grandma was a massive part of her character. And then in 5.3, you know, there was only one facet of her character that existed. And it did eventually get brought back, but it left a sour taste in my mouth, and not the good kind. Not like eating a whole lemon, which I've done. Rerir, peel and all. ... Not the seeds, though. That's unhealthy. Over there. It's the space sheep. Can we shear it? To the moon. There's round to that. And whatever's going on with that star. What the heck are you? It's the Herta space station. Perhaps. Well, no, it's the sun to that. Presumably. You can see its color change as it from white to yellow, and we've even got moon gravity here. It's crazy. And the model of Tevat there, you can see they have. Some people data mine that. You can see the chasm there. You can see the part that's clouded a little bit in the dark, top part. It's Mondstadt. Basically, we're seeing Fontaine and Wee-Wei, a little bit of Sumeru. It's actually a texture that is mostly modeled. Notably, there's a little bit above, a little bit north of Mondstadt that people think is indicating what's going to get added with Dornman, but I mean, what can we really say? We can't attack right now. We are Pyrotrav right now. You know, quote-unquote leakers are saying that one of the map expansions, and I guess it makes sense, because otherwise the new physics they made and the terrain they made will just get wasted, is going to be a moon map. Which is interesting, conceptually. Oh well. Our spaceship. Uchusen. Literally, spaceship. It's huge. I suppose that the moon is the only place one could hide it. Yeah. It'll be alright, traveler. Huh. The way you feel in this moment, I went through it too on Moon Prayer Night. The door was right in front of me. Struggled to find the courage to step through. Solitude for me once meant living a life in which even I was absent. Before I met you, that was the only life I knew. But that night, solitude meant throwing away the life I had gained after meeting all of you. Columbina. Go retrieve the part of your life that once was lost. Trust me, you'll lose nothing by doing so. New outfit time. Look, Tevat is right there. All our friends are down there waiting for us. You're right. Thanks, Columbina.
Columbina.
Now this pixel pattern, this grid of lights. Dot, dot, dot. And singing. Singing her song. Bina theme. The real question is, yeah, what's up with Tevat's son? Moon Goddess is mentioned awaiting a son. It's probably Zhongli. It's probably just Zhongli. Not the gratuitous foot shot, and the eyes. Here we go. Da da da. Finished.
ちゃんと見えた?
Chanto mieta? Yep. Yeah, they saved this basically the whole quest. Why do you take your eye mask off? Well, since my return, I've decided to take more opportunities to see the world with my own
もっと
eyes.
この世界を見てみたくなったの。
She's not a baptismal bishop anymore.
前から気に
Besides, I've
なっ
always
て
wondered
た
how
から
Tevat looks from the moon.
月からテイワットは
Hmm.
どんな風に見えるのかって。
どう思う?
And what do you think? It's beautiful. I could spend a whole day here just gazing at it.
一日中でも見ていられ
Big
そう。
eyes. Are you Lanyan?
君は
What about you? What do you think of the
真
truth
実
you
はどんな
found?
風に見えた?
Da, da, da.
誰かの表情を
I haven't
見
looked
る
at
の
another
は
person's
久しぶ
expression
り。
in a long time, but I think yours is saying it was
で
neither
も
good
そ
nor
の
bad.
顔は
Yeah, she got
良く
huge
も悪
eyes.
くもないって感じかな。
I keep this up, and it won't be long before you give Nefer a run for her money.
そのうちネフェルより人の顔色を伺うのが上手くなるかもしれないね。
Oh, I don't think that's going to
それはいい
happen. I'm much more used to
かな。
sensing what's going around me with
周りで起き
moon
てい
power. I
る
think
こ
I'll
と
save
を
my eyes for seeing
空
special
気で
moments I
感知
really
する
want
の
to
には
remember.
慣れてるし、見るのは
Yep, there's the
本当に
chasm. There's
思い出
most
と
of
して残
Cimmeria.
した
There's
い
a
時のた
Dramaveth,
めに取って
Fontaine,
おきたい。
Patricor. And around up here, you can see. No, angle's wrong.
宇宙
That's
船
still just
の
leeway.
航行記録を見た
I read the spaceship's flight logs.
俺はずっと
I always assumed that this was
今
my
回
first time
初め
in
てテイワッ
Tibet.
トに来たんだと思っ
Thought
てた
that Lamine and I must have been hibernating in space for centuries on end.
宇宙で数百年眠ってたんだって。 でも記録に
The
よる
logs
と
show that a spaceship flew
俺たち
over
の
the
宇宙
skies
船
of
は
Tibet once before.
はるか昔
A
にテ
long,
イワット
long
の
time
上空を
ago.
通り過ぎてたみたいだ。
It's arguably implied that the heavenly principles are actually the AI of their own ship, and that everything that happened is kind of the traveler's fault.
通り過ぎただけ。
Flew over, so you
着
didn't
陸じゃ
you
なく
land.
て
You didn't land. You know, the ship barely came to
本
a
当
stop
に
before
ほとんど
flying
す
on
れ違
again.
うように通り過ぎただけでとどまることすらしなかった。
But what is time to a spaceship?
その後
After that, it continued traveling through space for a long time. Some of the data is corrupted, but I suspect that kept flying for
データは
thousands
損
of
傷してたけ
years.
ど1000年単位の時間だと思う。その後
It was only after that that the ship made a forceful landing and Nod cry.
ホタルは
When Lamine found me,
宇
she
宙
came
船
from
の外で
outside
俺を
the
見
ship.
つけてくれたはず。
Drop her there then? Or
ホタルは
could that mean that she left the ship long before I did, maybe even
宇宙船を降りてたってこと？
during our first pass over to that?
テイワットを通過したあの時に。
大丈夫？
Are you alright, Dajobu?
うん。
Yes, I can feel that the truth is coming together
真相が
one small piece at a time.
パズルのピースみたいに少しずつ組み上がってく。確かホタルは最初にカンルイヤにいた時は
I remember Lamine
過去の
telling
記
me that
憶を
when she
思い
first
出せな
arrived
か
in
った。
Congress, she could not recall the past. So this might be something that even she doesn't know.
ほら
But again, that'd be why one traveler is the center and not the other. I made some space for you. Your mind must be racing, and this seems like the perfect place to relax and clear your head.
ゆっくりリラックスしてね
This is the last part of the quest.
そうだ
Oh wait, there's one more thing. Why did you have to pose like that? What is it?
ちょっと待ってて
Wait here a moment. Da da da. Gonna sing again? Sort of. Well, it's in the spots. Almost constellation-like, that pattern.
コロンビーナ
Columbina. And finally, Turkish TV presenters are okay with his outfit. Let's have it. Differently colored petal? Huh. But the travelers basically did a bit of an outfit swap. Because they had two matching outfits that they split the difference between. Hey, is that a new
新
outfit?
しい服
Look like Diluc. But again, it's just your take on Levine's outfit, really. An old one, technically. It's in a cabinet inside the ship this whole time.
ホタルとお揃いなんだ
It is a
あ
nice
いつは
outfit.
昔から
It does feel deluxe, and a big thing about it is that it has an updated model for the traveler themselves compared to the original outfit. The hair and everything else, the details are all much better. It's matching pair with Lamine. She was like this set more. I don't think
大
there's a
して
huge
違いはない
difference.
と思うけど
そうか
The Lamine outfit is really good, but you can just see the difference in the model itself. His face is not as silly looking. Really? Yes, it's still the same you. You're the same person no matter what clothes you
服を
wear.
着替えたからって変わるわけじゃない
Hmm. Oh, like Columbina would make an observation like that. To be fair, usually she isn't seeing.
旅人
Traveler, do you consider to that your
君に
home?
とってテイワットは家
俺にとっては
For special
ホタルがいる
occasion,
場所こそが
home
家
is wherever Lamine is. But then, after all the time I've spent here and everything
これ
I've
だけ
been
長
through,
く旅をしてきて
yes, I'd say it's my
そうだと
home.
思う
So that the
姿が
Would
変
you
わった
change your
からっ
answer if
て
Tibet changed appearance? I mean, if the truth about Tibet turned out to be different than what you thought. Which again, basically,
この先の
presumably,
真実が
don't know if it's settled in most people's conjecture whether the Abyss Twin got dropped down there, but basically during the first pass, the ship created the heavenly principles to terraform Tibet as a place for the travelers.
きっと変わら
I
ないと
don't know,
思う
but I don't think so.
俺にとって
The
テイワ
truth
ッ
is
ト
not
が
what
一番
matters
大
most
切
to
な
me
のは
about Tibet.
真相なんかじゃない
Dot, dot, dot.
テイワッ
Well,
トに
when
生
I
ま
was
れ
first
た
born, I
頃
longed for a home.
私は家を切望してたまだ何
And
も
when
分
you
か
get
って
something
ない
before you're
時
mature
に
enough to understand the world, you just take it at face value.
それが当たり前のものだと思い込んでしまうものなんだね私は
I felt that a home was a transaction. You give me what I want, and
交
I'll
換
do
だ
the
と
same
思
for
って
you.
た君が私の欲しいものをくれて
Hoshimono,
私が君の欲しいものを返すでも
But you and your friends taught me what a true home should look
本当
like.
の
You
家が
never
どう
asked
い
for
うもの
anything
な
that you
のか
gave so
教え
generously
ても
to
らっ
me.
たのみんなは何かを求めもせずにむしろ私に与え続けてくれた
コロンビーナが
That's because your
そう
friendship
したいっ
matters
て
to
思わせ
us.
たんだ
It was worth it. Aww. Huh, in the past, I thought that my birth in Nagprat must have been a mistake.
窓くらいに生まれたのは偶然だと思ってたでも過去に戻って初めて分かった
After journeying to the distant past where the story began, I realized that was I who chose
私
Nagprat
自
to
身
be
が
my future
窓
home.
くらいを選んでそこを私の未来の家にすることを決めたんだって今は
No, I'm
過
glad
去
that
の
I
自
made that
分がそん
choice.
な選択をしてくれて本当に良かったと思ってる
きっとみんな
I'm
もそ
sure
う
your
思って
friends
る
are
よ
just as glad. Aw.
だから
In fact, I intend to make the same choice today as I did back then.
また同じことをしようと思う
同じこと
What do you mean?
うん
Well, I've given the Eternal Moon's mirror to
後
Alma,
月の血
the
髄
Iridescent
は
Moon's
ラウ
mirror
ム
to
に渡して
Arlecchino. So they
後
did
月
take that
のは
back.
アルレッキーノに渡した私の
And now I
空
shall
気を
return my moon power to Nagprat again, that it may continue to protect my chosen home.
私が選んだこの家をこれからも守り続けられるよう
Because
に
again, there is no Frost Marrow. It's just her. Wait, but what about your body? Yeah, are we gonna get an Arlecchino? Oh, are you worried that I'll disappear again?
私が消えてしまうんじゃないかって心配してくれてるの
Oh, I won't, not this time. The Frostman has now entered the Frost Sky and the Triune Goddess.
蒼月は偽りの空で輝い
Bina
てる
power
し
up.
私も三月の女神になったから私が返したのは
I'm only returning to nod cry the part of me that it needs. I'm giving what I can because my home is worth
家の
it.
ために私が捧げたいものでもあるそうそう
Oh, and I have something for
君
you
の分
too.
もあるよ
俺の
Oremo?
うん
Yes, come closer. Moon power. And yep, there we go. Everything but cryo. New talents unlocked. Foreign Starfire. All elemental types attack increased by 20%. Additionally, nearby party members trigger Night Soul Burst shall receive 1 Blade of the Sacred Flame stack. Through obtaining 2 Blade of the Sacred Flame stacks, performing a charge attack will consume all Blade of the Sacred Flame stacks, transform into special charge attack Inferno, doing increased Night Soul aligned pyro damage. Cool. Where's a cooldown for that? For an Aqualus, not resonated. Wonder what that'll take. Aqualus. Does this mean Aquarius? Because that... In Kirby Superstar, in Milky Way Wishes, the final main mode of the first game, before the remake of Superstar Ultra, one of the planets you could go to is called Aqualus, which turned out to have been a mistranslation of a Japanese transliteration of Aquarius, and it was corrected to that in the remake. For an Aqualus, all HP increased by 20%, EM increased by 60%, energy recharge by 20%, defense by 20%, crit rate increased by 10%, somewhat usable. When nearby party members' current HP increases or decreases by 5%, receive 1 Blade of Many Waters. Sacred Flame, because that's Malvika. Many Waters, Regina of Many Waters stacks, performing a charge attack, 3 stacks. Performing a charge attack will consume all Blade of Many Waters stacks, transform its special charge attack Tidebound, dealing increased hydro damage. HP is no less than 50%, 10% max HP consumed, increased damage dealt. Lower than 50% HP restored when enemies are hit. Vertoloom, Dendrocores, Bountiful Cores, and Seeds of Deceit, so Neo and Neff are created nearby in the field. The party obtains Verdant Dew, which will receive 1 stack of... Does this mean you can get multiple if you have Bina for Verdant Dew? Maybe. Stack of Blade of Verdant Viridis. Has nothing to do with Nahida Vertoloom. They announced it. You unlock the outfit for free once you beat this quest. You just get it. Health icon. Night Soul Burst icon. These sort of lotuses that are created. Interesting. 2 Vine Cores. The Vine Cores are there. Verdant Viridis. Charge attack. Consume all of them. Charge attack Verdescence. Dendro damage. Tidebound. Inferno. Verdescence. Increased Dendro damage. 2 Vine Cores created the spot. Explode after 4 and 8 seconds respectively, dealing Dendro damage. Thunder Trail. Nearby party members unleash their elemental bursts, and this is... Well, it's the Magatama, because it's powering up its own Abundance Amulet. Interesting. It's a base kit, so not that different. Yeah. You do. Party members unleash their elemental bursts. Receive 1 Blade of Resounding Thunder. Blade of Resounding Thunder stacks, charge attack. Blade of Resounding Thunder, charge attack detonate, increased damage, and 1 additional lightning strike 3 seconds after hitting the enemy. 1 more Abundance Amulet for an adamantine metal. Become protected by a shield, replaced by any reason or geoconstructs created. 1 Blade of Archaic Petra. Archaic Petra, that's the Zhongli set, and I guess these are just Geo rocks. 3 Blade of Archaic Petra stacks, charge attack, consume all Blade of Archaic Petra stacks. Transform into special charge attack Rockfell, so the more crystallized you're doing, the better. Increase geo damage, increasing shield strength, but nobody benefits from that, really. Ozdo should be playable in skill off of shield strength. It would be funny. Foreign Wind Wrath. Attacks to nearby party members, elemental types of Power, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro, and that's very, very easy to do. 1 stack of Blade of the Dawn Breeze. I guess. I mean, Daybreak Chronicles, that's Venti, Daybreak, Dawn. At least 2 charge attack, Whirlwind, decreasing increased animo damage. Blade Winds match the elemental types. Consume Blade of the Dawn Breeze will also be summoned. So this is kind of usable. Not great, but usable. What was that? I lifted some of the restrictions this world placed on you. I trust this will help in your future adventures. On-field usable. I found where it feels like it's growing. I can use the elements more freely. Yay! Usable traveler, kind of. Thank you, this will be a great help. We still don't get the Pyro Traveler power-up outside the Shiokowaddle fight, but what are you gonna do? Welcome, I see you as family, and if after everything you've done for me, I in fact know. It's not because I owe you, it's because you're worth it. Aww. Brothers owned. Well, here this flower is for you. Moon Prayer Blossom. With a moon in the middle. Wait, isn't this a Moon Prayer Blossom? Yes, don't worry, you'll never see these flowers lose their color again. From red or white. I'm finally discovering the joy of giving. Oh, I wish I'd learned this sooner. Aww. Hey, better late than never. Never. What are you thinking about now? Why don't you take a guess? You get one shot. I don't think I'll get it in one guess, but I'm sure it's a happy thought. Your ring got bigger too. Fair. You can skip ahead to this one right now. It's kind of a sneaky answer. I can't say you got it wrong. Down in Teyvat, the moon seems so far away, I felt it might always lie beyond my reach. But on the moon, everything feels so close by. The haze that once enshrouded the skies has finally been dispersed. I feel like a traveler on a winter's night. Hey, that's the Archon Quest. Starting a new chapter in my tale by the warmth of a bonfire. I don't have a lot of luggage, but I do have a lot of hope for the future. Oh. Oh, well, what's next? Next, Sugi. To start with, I want to stay here just a little longer. After that, let's return home and continue our journey. She's gonna rejoin the Fatui, maybe. But that's supposedly the conclusion of the quest. As heaven and earth are... This outfit is nostalgic, he said. That's, yeah. Heaven and earth are made anew. 12-row outfit unlocked. Moon Prayer Blossom from Columbina. Moon Prayer Blossom gifted to you by Columbina, exuding a fragrance both pure and ethereal, much like those you once saw in the Silver Moon Hall. It serves the memory of a story and heralds the opening of a new chapter. Sun will never lose its colors again. And to be fair, the quest isn't done. So will we get another, or... Because the big thing is... The others are much longer. This one is pretty darn short. And... This one is kind of short. So is this one, but there was an alternating portion where it went, you know, boss, that is Dvalin, to Archon Zhongli, boss Senora, Archon Nahida, boss Narwhal, Archon Mavica, and then it's Columbina. Kind of skipped it. Well, I guess maybe you could say that this, since we got, oh, this, it changed its name to the Wonderland Cosmosphere. They didn't notate that. Because originally you get it during paralogism. It was originally named the Dazzling Mysterious Gift. And it's not as if you don't need it. You don't need it to do Miliastra. But in war, it's the justification. I don't get fooled too much. And one of the keys to the Miliastra Wonderwand, this glittering crystal ball, and it was just updated with 6.21 actually. Glittering crystal ball adorned with star-shaped gemstones was bestowed as a reward for passing the Hexen Circle's trial. According to the one who presented, it is not something an ordinary person can master. And the witch known as Octavia has been observing you in Paimon for some time. She has witnessed you overcome countless trials and dangers while displaying natural curiosity and courage, showing remarkable creativity beyond the realms of mere adventure. For these reasons, she considers you the ideal candidates. Become the new masters of the Miliastra Wonderwand. Octavia firmly believes that together the two will unlock the full potential of this wondrous world. This is from the Hexen Circle fight. I guess it's sort of not ordered correctly, but it's another Archon, boss Archon. Columbina is the Archon, I suppose. But there may be something more from Dottore, or maybe it counts because he was a false moon god or whatever, too. But the quest's not over. It's still showing here. Still have to talk to Bina. And it's still not done. It's still not done. An outfit worn by the Traveler, which has accompanied the Twin Stars in their journey through countless worlds. Despite this, they cannot yet grasp the true purpose of the cosmos. When so surely every question posed brings them a little closer to the final answer. Yet a journey through countless worlds and endless distances, surveying every kind of terrain and gazing upon skies tinted in different colors. This might sound romantic, but in reality the matter is closer to torture than adventure. It also once pictured a scene like this, twins standing under the radiant night sky, their eyes shining as they watch the stars and many moons above. They immediately disconnected its idea association module. This counts such colors only meant that the atmosphere was unfit for life. After witnessing such vistas hundreds of times, there's no longer any need to be moved by them. It did not wake the slumbering twin travelers, instead it carried the weight of an exile on a journey so long that numbers had lost their meaning. The fine details of the atmosphere, and biosphere, that is, the earth, the air, and the life, ultimately mattered little, reshaping terrain, adjusting the air, rebuilding an ecosystem. These were simple tasks for a pioneer vessel meant to bear the spark of civilization. The star's position, its distance, or its lifespan might pose a minor challenge, yet even those had solutions. The sun. The true difficulty lay in finding a world with potential. Without that, destruction would catch up all too soon. It was a trivial matter in the span of a long voyage. The planet they had passed was never a destination, since the star had already entered its twilight. Its biosphere and atmosphere had been utterly destroyed. The surface held nothing but cooled masses of molten rock. A supernova had caused the devastation. For several weeks or months, intense heat and light had marked the star's final brilliance. After that, it had been reduced to a cold-dim dwarf. Ran a quick calculation. When the event had occurred, what a coincidence. The chest plate is a little similar, I will say. And the little side fins of the jacket, too. It's not nothing. The radiation trap ran a quick calculation on when the event occurred. What a coincidence. The radiation trapped in the planet's crust indicated that supernova had erupted the very year the twins were born. Naturally, the two events had nothing to do with each other. No one would ever celebrate their birth by burying an entire world with it. Such levels of extravagance and cruelty simply did not exist. Are you sure? Interstellar travel is dangerous after all. A supernova 5 or 6 light years away could damage the genetic vault. Perhaps the twins as well, that is, for all humans. It immediately modified the garments in the wardrobe, upgrading the materials better suited for interstellar travel, with them over the stasis pods. The gesture might not amount to much, but offered a quiet kind of comfort. In their slumber, the twins were granted new refuge, and so continued their journey across countless lands and stones, numerous atmospheres and skies. So, this wasn't to that, presumably, but basically, presumably, to that was reshaped by and Foreign Starfire. Check the detail. Every element you resonate again. Additional buffs once every 15 seconds. Oops. They didn't mention that here. Oops. Oops. It's got a moon icon, kinda. That's fun. Bina. Oh, we can't sit here. That's fine. Well, right. The journey goes on for you and for me. Like I said, this is not the end. I don't believe there has to be an ending. Can you tell me a little bit about Snezhnaya? Oh, is that your next destination? Kinda has to be. Where else? Most people would probably tell you to pack some warm clothes, but I experience things differently than most people, so I can't know how cold it is. In fact, it is home to quite a wondrous heat source. I think they call it Kresnik's torch. Every city in Snezhnaya is built around one of those. A sun and fire deity in Slavic myth. A vampire hunter. Interesting. Every city in Snezhnaya is built around one of those. Since the energy it gave off, it was passing by on a railway train. It felt grand and distant, and that's the real sneak. They have actual, just regular trains. I also recommend the Korolevsky trip in Snezhnogrod. The performance is quite regular and entry is free for harbingers. I like them a lot. What do you know about the Tsaritsa? Ice cold and sharp, crystal clear in some ways, yet profoundly unfathomable in others, like the thick layer of ice on top of a frozen lake. Oh, that's just the impression the Tsaritsa gives me. I was never able to glimpse what truly lies beneath that icy exterior. In fact, I don't think the people of Snezhnaya even know what kind of power their god wields. Interesting. What does that imply? Some people think she might have fused with the Sovereign, which would explain her attitude towards Celestia. Maybe that's because the Tsaritsa herself has never acknowledged nor accepted that power. Yeah, well... Or is that all entirely true, then? Maybe it's the sun? Tell me more about the Fatui. There's Regrator, the Rooster, and the Jester. So, Pantalone, Pulcinella, and Piero. Between them, they control a lot of what happens in Snezhnaya. I can never wrap my head around how exactly power split between them. I just know they're each responsible for many specific domains. Money, day-to-day politics, and behind-the-scenes strategy, the Grey Eminence. Well, I noticed that the Pulcinella and Pantalone often appear to get along on the surface while working against each other in secret. There's just not a friendly rivalry. I mean, social versus financial, I suppose. But I wasn't particularly interested, so I tend to keep my distance. Now that I think about it, the term Mistletoe often seemed to come up in connection with Project Stuza, or Harsh Winter, that is. So Mistletoe is the sword of Thrine, the namesake of Capitano in Norse myth. The father of Sigurd once, seized from Thrine, who was an undead warrior, actually. So this being the sword of Thrine / Capitano, people are saying this means Capitano is going to come back. In some contexts, at least. We'll see. What are your future plans once things settle down in Notcry? I'd like to explore the world beyond Snezhnaya. Notcry is technically Snezhnaya. That's right. Has she left Snezhnaya and Notcry ever? I guess not. You have told me so many stories about the other places you've been to and all the friends you've made there. I'm curious to visit those nations and see them for myself. Nice. It would also help me learn more about the journey that has made you into the person you are today. Aww, cute. This is Princess Peach going around kingdoms at the end of Odyssey. We did end up on the moon at the end. It's just Mario Odyssey again. That was a good game. Korolevsky troop. That's all the questions I have for now. Okay, as you continue on your journey, don't forget to gaze up at the moon once in a while. It is, after all, no longer an illusion. It shall cast down its true moonlight, connecting us in
君と
truth.
私を
True
つないで
moon.
くれる。
Talked about travel on a winter's night, but that was Bina, not us. Interesting. Return to that. Yeah, the portal there.
旅は続いてい
Journey
く。
goes
さ
on
っ
for
き
you
も
and
言
me,
ったけど、
and
本当の出
trains in. Well, they said about domains. A lot of people interpret it as good talk while sitting. Cute.
旅は続いて、さっきも言
Piero,
ったけど、
Pantalone, and
これは結末
Pulcinella controlling physical domains, which is probably not how that's meant to be interpreted, but the power that the Tsaritsa has. Can glide for a while because of the moon gravity. Can't plunge here. I don't think there's fall damage. Tron should be returned to Devant now. I think I'll stay with Columbina for a little longer. That was fun. Still, should probably head back. But again, it wasn't the end. It was not the end. And you, the Gene acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius. Favonius. Oh, this preamble is such a pain to write. It's probably high time we got rid of this acting business. Quitting and let her take over. Shows that Durin has updated you all on recent events. Hope we didn't worry you too much. The good news is we managed to come together and put a stop to the Doctor's evil schemes. With that, I think it's safe to say that not quite finally out of the woods. As for the Fatui not counting the girl, aka the Moon Goddess, who has left their organization, for now, we never got to see her with a Fatui name card. We found ourselves allied in this instance with both Arwakino and Sandrana. May she rest in peace. As ever, we found ourselves better off for making friends rather than enemies, but until we can ascertain the Cert's true intentions, which remains uncertain. In a short while, wait how I meant to surprise everyone if I told them in the letter that I'm heading home. That would be a huge waste. Okay, got it. Oh. I will begin sending the expeditionary team home in waves. Sure they'll be able to answer any questions you still have. I hope they won't gloss over the details of my many heroic deeds, but if they do, I'm sure it'll be because they're just too exhausted from the long journey. Think of Mondstadt daily, please give everyone my best regards. Yes, the honorary knight went above and beyond this time. Any other honors we can give him, I'll leave it with you. PPS, Stygian. Please be extra nice to clean for the foreseeable future. I pass on the last favor that the Hexes owed us, so we need to earn some more goodwill. If there's any serious problems, feel free to stick me in solitary confinement when I get back. I'll do the time for her. Funny. The last favor. But how do they earn that favor? Okay. 検討してくれ. Few and that, as they say, is all she wrote. End of an era. She. And with the moon shining down brighter than ever, I think everyone is gonna sleep well tonight. Looks a little different. True moon. Again. Oops. Uh-oh. It's not over. Well, it's over for now, but it's not over. Till it's over. Till the fat lady sings. Sailing toward tomorrow. Witness the alliance forged between Nogri's factions to the moon. Reach the moon's surface. True moon. Complete true moon. Yeah. More of these. And yeah, it's the new one for us. Fun. So let's get these rewards. True Moon and Welkin Moon's Homecoming. Insight rewards, because it's basically a story quest. And the Brima gems. Let's take these before I forget about them. Feather, and yeah, here we go. We can take a certain somebody the rest of the way up to maximum. Oh wait, we need to make more slimes? Okay, well. Surprising to me. And let me see. What's this? Oh, because I will figure out who I want to pick tomorrow. And these are unlocked again. I will do that tomorrow too. And now, right here. You can see the moon looks a little bit different. Used to be a bit grayer and kind of busted, and now we've got a frostier moon. Isn't that fun? Still the moon's remnants in the sky, but can't really see them here. Well, that's fun. The big thing is inside the flagship. We still have... Why did it put us here? Well, because Varka was there. We're not Varka. We have Sandrone's notebook, which is the last little bit of things here. Let's remember that before we forget that. And it's in here. Marionette's notebook. Now, to think about it, every time I saw Sandrone, notebook she had with her was never exactly the same. Probably because she was someone who loved to take notes and often had new ideas. She is a machine too, and her companion Sandrone is entirely human. Joy, sorrows, and emotions are not much different from yours. Notebook that the knave hands you. Arwakino is somewhat aged with... Well, she didn't hand it to us. That's in the wrong tense. Gave you, really. Creases at the corners have been accidentally folded and carefully smoothed out by someone. Joy has a lot of stories about her recording. Not sure if the knave has read them. Judging from the expression on her face when she gave you the notebook, she seems to have Sandrone very well even without it. Even response to carrying out her last wishes. Tomorrow. Oh, no, it's just in our inventory now. A relic from Sandrone, passed to you by the knave. Pages record many matters related to Sandrone. Though its covers and pages are worn with age, easy to see how much its owner once treasured it. I was just about to leave, no joke. So, to make it up to you, I'm gonna fight one local legend, so there's at least something to show for it. Because the quest is beaten, and now we can level Bina. Probably the limited character at the lowest constellation level. And if they're tied, the better one. Because some of them kind of suck. I went for Shenhe's C1. Because even though it's just an initial charge, it helps the team a lot with energy. Characters like Rio and Skirk cannot actually switch back on a field during their field time. So that makes it significantly harder to... It wouldn't be bad, I guess. He needs all the help he can get, that's for sure. Oh, so and both of the charges, if you just use the tap, will regenerate in the course of a rotation, 20 seconds or so. But Zhao's, he can then have 3 E charges stored up, for example, but he can get them back. He only gets 2 back in the course of a rotation, so it's pointless except the first, which can kind of help with Stygian, but it's still very silly. But let's level Bina for the last time. Baiju, the charge isn't nothing, but he can go back on field a lot more easily than the others. I can't think of a single real team where you'd use Baiju, where the on-fielder can't just switch back and let Baiju come back on field to cast another E once it's off cooldown. I mean, you can use it as a stepping stone to other better constellations, but past that it's silly. And yep, now it's Trilunar Convergence. This was not showing before Hydro, Constellation Columbina, Hyposelenia, which before this quest was not showing either. And since she's basically an Archon Quest, we've got basically her, and then the dove that was her icon on the Futui wheel. Fun. Okay. Trilunar
見柱の
convergence.
女神は
Dazzling and gentle.
自らの力を私に託した運命
Now
の
hold
糸
the
は
threads
こ
of
の
fate
手
in
に
my
つな
hands,
が
for
れ
now
た
the new moon shall watch over it and illuminate the
新
world
月が
below.
月下の世界を包む、
And it... Don't have enough right now. Next week, I'll be able to do that and level these up a bit more. I'll take the normals up, even though they don't really matter. So who do we want to fight? That's right, actually. I'll show you how strong this team has gotten. Let me charge up their energy first, so I can have everything here. It's pretty funky. This is what true power looks like. Bina does have her signature. I did go for it. Which is just for her damage, but still. It's not as if her damage is bad, and oh, that was a nice hit. We are gonna... Let's fight this guy. I mean, this thing. Don't imagine the robot is gendered. It's not enough for Sandrone. Gotta remind myself to... Huh? I'm sorry. Poor bird. I need to read the Sandrone notebook tomorrow. I'm not doing it now. I need to remember to do it tomorrow. Okay. So we'll plunge, break its shield down, and we can actually just... We can one rotation it if we use multiple Twins Bursts. Did he have any Baiju Cons already? Yeah, Shenhez is actually quite good, I will say. Because, like I said, the way her rotations work make it useful. Okay, well, there you go. Tragedy strikes yet again. I guess if you're using him without hyphen, it would be pretty useful, but that's never where I used him, so... well... Goddamn. That sucked ass. Let's try that. Let's heal up and try that again. I kind of thought that would happen, but that still sucked. I really should have put this shield up if he was going to be plunging. Well, really, I should have had Nefa do the plunging, because she doesn't need to be on field. For on field, or... I mean, what are you trying to do with Baiju? That is my question. You know what? We can just take you out, can't we? Well... Yeah, we're not going to need to charge back up. And also, the best way to charge up energy now is actually to just go to Dottore's boss fight. Because at the start of the battle, when he drops the big moon rocks, you can use that to heal up and regen energy. Which is, it's so funny that he just gives you that for free. Combined with the fact that, again, he gives you so many second chances and opens up the false sky, which is the reason Columbina's moon can be pulled back in the first place. If he hadn't done that just to Aura Farm, or more likely because Columbina getting her power back was actually his goal, it simply would not have been possible to have her regain her power. It was his trick. Though again, since it glitched out at the end there, Start had the funny-looking, not Dottore lizard, lizard Dore. So presumably, it's not over yet, and it's Dottore related in the sense that it isn't over yet. Okay. Okay, alright, and finished it. We did get hit, but there we go. Hello, I have to fight another local legend now. I was just about to hop off, and I fought a local legend because someone said hi, and I wanted to do something first. Well, good morning to you. I am going to pick a local legend for me to fight before I hop off. I fought Raskolnikov and the supercomputer and Sigurd already. You know what? We'll just fight Bronzlock. That's fine. Actually, I need to get my energy back. Okay, proof of concept then. This is now the best way to heal and regenerate energy in the game. You go to the Dottore boss fight. You stick around just long enough to go through his initial attack. Right, but the point is that the one additional charge doesn't mean much. It is so cool how they had the beat drop in time with his attack. I said that before and I'll say it again. They didn't have to go that hard, but they did. And that's how you get your energy back. Fair. It does mean you're closer to other Baijukons if you want to roll for them in the future, but again. Okay, there we go. And here we go. Thanks. Oh, very, very strong. Thanks. What? Well, oops. You see, sometimes it sucks. Sometimes you get one-tapped. Yeah. Guess who we got to see again? It's him. It's so silly. But it works so well. In terms of an actual fight, though, it's actually very easy. Which I think is kind of the point, because he isn't trying to kill everyone. It's all theater because he hasn't actually betrayed the Vitui. He wants to basically test the ability of humanity to defeat and slay a god and get Columbina her power back, because she's probably going to rejoin the Vitui, presumably. It's not as if Sandrone and Arla ever left. Oh, there we go. There we are. And here we go. Another hit, and we're missing some crits, which is unpleasant. Thanks. And there we go, we've already gotten down most of its health before it managed to... Yep, dude had attack. There we go. Let's take this back, and even with the crazy resist, we can still just obliterate you. Yeah, there we go. We're doing a lot less damage, but it doesn't matter that much. They're so bullyable, it's hilarious. Okay, cool. And there we are. Enough, and we'll just let your gravity handle it. Thank you, Bina! And there's your local legend for the day. You got to see the power of the Flynn's Bina team, which isn't as strong as it could be. There's a new sub-DPS lunar set that I have not put together for Nefa yet, and Columbina's artifacts are not yet leveled. So this team will only get stronger. Look, guys, it's Gojo Satoru. Is that what his... Satoru's his personal name, right? I've never watched JJK. Well, on that note of disappointing everybody, I'm gonna have to go. Sana Raigan, it's been good. We finally did the quest. It took forever, and I'm very sleep deprived. But hey, now I don't have to do it because we did it. Yeah. I like Baiju. I do appreciate Baiju. Satoru. Yeah, Satoru. Okay, so Gojo is the family name and Satoru is the... Okay. Understandable. Yeah, and that is right. The entirety of Fontaine went by with a single Dendro character before you came around. That is still very funny. Not even a Dendro character, really. Stupid. And honest to goodness, I would hardly call Kinich a Dendro character. Just green physical powered by burning. You're so dumb. Okay, and we don't have that kind of money right now, do we? I mean, well, I mean, it's... One day we'll use you again. One day. But, it's just a charge, and... It's more healing. EM boost. That's interesting. HP scaling damage. Huh. Some people do run DPS Baiju. It's not good, but they do it. And on that note, yeah, goodbye for real. I need to eat food. Thank you for watching, and I'm sorry for having to go for soon for people that... You're gonna make me... Okay. I'll eat you. I'm going to eat you. I swear. Which one is... Right. You put... Oh, you got the signature. That's right. Huh. That took me 5 seconds. Don't make me do anything else or I will. I won't kill you. I'll cry and I'll mope. And then you'll laugh and then I'll cry more. On that note, Saturday.